Hello. Oh, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Don Wettrick, CEO of STARTedUP Foundation, and welcome to Exceeding Your Expectations. This is one of my favorite regions. It's always got so much quality, and we'll get into why in a second, but I want to tell you a little bit about our foundation and why we do what we do. Basically, our mission is to teach students to view life through a lens of innovation, entrepreneurship, while building a life of purpose, and to have this opportunities are everywhere mindset. Guys, the world is filled with a lot of problems. Those who complain on social media are everyone else. Those who decide to do something are at minimum entrepreneurially minded. We want more students to see problems as opportunities, period. When you get into that kind of mindset, you decide to change things. Our core values are, for number one, opportunities are everywhere. Sometimes when you hear people complain, there is a golden nugget in there. And not everyone has to be an entrepreneur, but everyone should be able to think like one. There's a lot of other things up there, but basically, one of my favorites there, in the world of social media addiction and negativity, every person can create value by being a producer instead of just a consumer. What you're going to see today is the output of a lot of teachers allowing students time to come up with solutions. And I think that is what resonates with us the most, is what we enjoy about what we do, especially with our teachers, that they allow this kind of opportunity for them. The timeline of what you see, this is a lot of students. A lot of them started at the beginning of the school year. So from now until February, or from then until February, they had time to find problems they wanted to come up with solutions for. Then it's February 21st, we had them turn in their first round. And really, the collection of the top 10 teams you see here was whittled down from several hundred. Then on April, this is where we're at now. The top 10 present here at the regional finals. Once the winner from today is announced, the others are on standby because we have a top 10. So even though we have 6 regions, we take 4 at large. So if you'll be notified that you'll still be possibly in the running. And then from May to June, we have time for you to refine for the state finals. We have a boot camp that is second to none. If anybody has the information or wants information about that, we have a lot of mentors coming into Indianapolis. We have some really great programming for them. Then on June 20th, oh man, mark your calendars. That is going to be downtown Indianapolis at Butler's Schrott Auditorium, in which the state. And the thing I love about most is all top 10 teams, whether you come in first or 10th, then they also go from June 24th to 27th. We're going to go back out to Washington, D.C., where we have an A-list amount of people that our students and teachers are going to meet. It's crazy, the opportunities. And ironically enough, we want our students to go to cities like this to incentivize them to stay in in Indiana. I'm based in Indianapolis. We definitely want our students to make a network all over the country, but we're also trying to incentivize them that you have a lot of support here. All right. Then also, man, thank you to our regional sponsors and hosts. We could not do this without their support. So Purdue Innovates, Purdue University, our friends of the Certificate Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, IADC, Circular Labs, City of Carmel, Purdue University, SEP Software, TechPoint, City of Zionsville Education Foundation, and ZWorks. And I also have to say a special thank you to our friends at the Indiana Small Business Development Center. Every regional finalist had to have required getting in contact with the SBDC Center, where they get a lot of info and a lot of coaching and updates. Next, I'd like to play the video for our partnership here at Purdue Innovates. right, representing Purdue Innovates, please welcome Brooke Beyer, Senior Vice President, for some opening remarks.
All right, well, we almost got 2 for 1 on that video. But really, on behalf of Purdue and Purdue Innovates, and Purdue Research Foundation, I want to welcome all of you to this great competition. So excited to see so many young innovators and entrepreneurs here in this room. You're really the future founders, the leaders, the game changers that we hope to see at Purdue someday in the future, and working with Purdue Innovates in our entrepreneurship program. So at Purdue, we really believe that innovation is driven by change, identifying problems, finding those solutions, thinking outside the box, right, and going places where others may not dare to go. So just by sitting in this room going through this great competition, you guys have already taken that step. But you're, forging the future there, and we really admire what you're doing. So at Purdue Innovates, we have 3 different kind of groups that we're focused on. The Office of Technology Commercialization is Purdue Intellectual Property and Licensing. So Purdue has over about 450 new innovations coming out of this campus every single year. And we're looking for commercial partners, whether that's or industry members, to license those innovations to. Actually ranked number 4th in the United States for number of issued U.S. patents coming from any university. So the number of innovations that are coming out of Purdue, we're really second to MIT. We're in front of Stanford there. Number 1 is the California system, right? So all the universities in the state of California. So you should be very proud of the region that you're from and all the innovation that's coming out of this ecosystem. The second part that we do is startup incubation. So Doug Applegate, can you raise your hand for me? He is the associate director of our incubator. And besides protecting intellectual property and licensing it, we're also de-risking early stage startups and technologies. And if you have any questions about what we're doing in that area, I encourage you to go talk to Doug. We've got a lot of programs to support Purdue students, alumni, faculty, staff, and those companies that license intellectual property. But without further ado, I don't want to take up too much time from this awesome competition. I want you to take a deep breath, get excited, support each other, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
We'd also like to ask Natalie Duvall-Cotil, Director of University Entrepreneurship, Education, Innovation, Initiatives at Purdue University, to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Just want to reiterate what Brooke said. Welcome and congratulations on taking a huge step beyond what a lot of your classmates do to be the innovators and the creators. I'm kind of the bridge between where you are now and the activities that Brooke was talking about. I'm the Director of Education Initiatives in the area of entrepreneurship and primarily the Certificate in Entrepreneurship and Innovation. So we hope you are all applying to Purdue, and regardless of the degree you seek, whether it's business, and you'll hear from Dr. Kelly Blanchard shortly from the business school, or engineering, or science, or whatever it may be, we have a program that you can study entrepreneurship alongside that, so through the Certificate in Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And we have a couple of our instructors here that work in the program, so if you have a few questions about that, we have Lucas Woody, and we have former instructor Mike Cassidy in the back, who is also the author of a great new book that he's launching this week on entrepreneurship. And both of them mentor a lot of student entrepreneurs when they're at Purdue and many years later as well. And then we also have Jeanette Greener, who is my right-hand person, who can talk about all of the logistics of participating in the program as well. And so I wish you the best of luck today. It's a great opportunity, great experiential opportunities in addition to your education. I congratulate you. Thanks.
Yeah, can't say enough about the support we've gotten here at Purdue and Purdue Innovates, and heck, even my daughter is in the certificate program as a junior here at Purdue. All right, we're also really lucky to have an esteemed group of judges. I will have you guys introduce yourselves. Go ahead, and Joe, we'll start it off with you. You can work yourself down.
Hey guys, I'm Joe Fagan. I'm Associate Counsel at Applied Research Institute, or ARI. ARI has three major tech hubs in Indiana, one being focused on biotech, one is microelectronics, and one is focused on hydrogen fuel. And within those tech hubs and through some other programs that ARI runs, we can help startups, small businesses with funding, grant opportunities, or we can just get them connected with, the right people, one being universities like Purdue. But I just want to say congrats to all you guys. I mean, like Don said, there were hundreds of applicants. You guys are down to top 10. That's a big deal. So you should be proud of that. And I'm excited to see your pitches. So good luck.
As Natalie mentioned, my name's Jeanette Greener, and it's exciting to see you all here today. I have a critical eye as a judge when I'm up at this front table, but I would enjoy any conversations you all would like to have with me as it relates to what your future interests are, anything at Purdue, and anything entrepreneurship related. I love to talk with you and explore what your future aspirations are. So good luck today, looking forward to it, and I'm sure I will be impressed. So thank you all so much for traveling here today.
I'm Jacob Breka. So Brooke mentioned Purdue Innovates, so I'm on the Office of Technology Commercialization team. So our main job is to protect the IP coming out of the university, intellectual property, mostly from faculty, researchers, and grad students, but also from undergrads, so supporting them if they want to potentially get a patent. So meeting with them and counseling them on that is part of my job. But the main part of it is really getting the connections with the industry and trying to steward the technology out of the lab and into society for impact, which is our main goal with Purdue Innovates. So I also teach a class on the side, COM 217. It's a technical communication class for College of Science majors at Purdue, I was in that college when I was an undergrad. So yeah, I'm really excited about the competition. I support all of you guys in your mission. This was not something I would have done when I was in high school, and there was a big learning curve I had to kind of overcome once I got more into the business side of and entrepreneurship in general. So yeah, congrats on getting here and looking forward to today.
Hey guys, Coach Lucas Woody, super excited to be here. I help individuals figure out what they want to do with their lives and then figure out the systems and strategies to get there. Super excited to hear what you all plan on doing with yourself now and into the future. I also teach entrepreneurship at Purdue, and I have tons of students who are still talking with me to this day about how to start their businesses. So Purdue is a phenomenal place. You're going to keep hearing it over and over. You know what? There's a lot of great schools out there, okay? But if Purdue is one of your options, I'd love to see you in my class sometime. I think it's going to be a phenomenal. It looks like we might already have a couple. Yes, let's go. Boiler up. So super excited to have you here today. And please, 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 afterwards, after you've gotten all the nerves out and you've given your pitches, please come up and talk to me. I'd be happy to talk more about anything. Make it a good one.
Now, do they get extra points if they already?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, that's what I thought. Hi guys, my name's Eric Lankford. I'm the owner of Arcs Wound. I'm so excited to see young entrepreneurs who are excited, who are in the same place I was a decade ago. The adventure is fun. What you guys have ahead of you is exciting. Starting multiple businesses in my past, from being on the Kelly Clarkson show to being endorsed from Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank, and living out of my car 10 years ago to where I'm at today. I promise you it's worth it. It's a fun ride. I'm excited to see what you all have to share with us this evening or this morning. And I look forward to wishing you best of luck on your journey.
All right. Very good. All right. So, yeah, as they're saying, take a deep breath. We're about ready to start. Competition format. Teams will have up to 6 minutes to present, receive a 1-minute warning, and then have a 4-minute Q&A. Judges will deliberate during lunch awards around 12:45. They will select first place winner. However, again, like I said before, we'll also be taking a look at who would be the wild cards because we have 4 at large. Also, lunch will be provided for the student, competitors, teachers, and judges during that time. If you are not, there's some places here locally. All right, so without further ado, let's get into it. So the first line is Sphere Line from Carmel High School.
Before we get started, I'm just going to put our prototype on the table. Feel free to pass that around at any point during the presentation. Is down forward on the clicker? Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Is everyone ready to start? All right, we'll begin. I am Kelly Folk, and today we present to you Spheroline. What you're looking at here is an internal jugular central line, or an IJ. It's kind of IV that delivers medicine directly into the neck, and it contains 3 key components. One is the lumens, which is the tubes that directly carry the medicine. One is the insertion site, where the medicine enters the bloodstream. And one is the hub, which delivers the medicine from the tubes to the insertion site without mixing them. When any of these components become infected, it is called a central line associated bloodstream infection, or a CLABSI. This happens about 250,000 times per year, and within 72 hours, this can result in heart inflammation and bone infection. The reason this happens is inherent within the design of IJs themselves. This is because they go directly up into the hairline. When they go directly up into the hairline, this creates a non-occlusive or non-sterile environment for addressing. Nurses spend about 5 extra hours addressing these risks. This can lead to nerve compression and pressure ulcers as a result of lost patient mobility. And given that patients often have these in a long-term care situation, this also results in decreased comfort. This results in 28,000 deaths per year, and this results in a $46,000 burden on each patient per case. In conclusion, because 70% of these cases are preventable, better. Meet Spheroline. What this does is it completely changes the design of the hub to redirect the lumens down the shoulder instead of up into the hairline. This increases patient mobility and comfort and also removes the issues of an infection developing because of that open area around the hairline. Patients are able to move more freely and nurses can spend less time addressing these risks.
Don't just take all of it. Take the word of professionals. Nurses who put in these central lines every single day. Because when we interviewed them and showed them our product, they said across the board 2 things. Firstly, that this would definitely save them time, but also secondly, that this would reduce the risk for CLABSI, helping us to reach our impact of saving these patients.
When we look at unique value and compare to current solutions on the market, CLABSI reduction solutions are slim. However, we picked 2 that are the most prevalent: line snugglers, which is a little plastic piece to make the lumens closer together, and antiseptic caps, which if you look at the little purple pieces on the prototype, it's like those, but it has alcohol in it to sterilize that area. We found that the line snugglers do not create a sterile insertion site where infection develops, and they don't save nurses time or focus or improve their work climate. And the antiseptic caps don't improve patient mobility or comfort, and they don't address the lumen placement, which is the key problem at all.
Here's why our product is better, to increase the retention of our product. On the revenue side, the vast majority of our revenue will come from unit sold. But we also believe that, like with STARTedUP Foundation today, we can secure a variety of grants, as they're given from all different sources. And on top of that, we've already been contacted by a sentencing instance as to different grants we could achieve, as Kelly will touch on more later. On the profit side, within the market, central lines typically go for around $214. After accounting for material costs and other costs, we believe that our profit per unit would still be over $100. This means that we are able to competitively price our product while it is superior to those already on the market to help us take hold of the current market and sector for central lines. Which per our future market insights report 2024 is going to reach $5.8 billion in valuation by 2034.
In terms of traction, we've made some key steps. So as Max mentioned, we ran that nursing survey. That surveyed 33 nurses across 3 different states in 12 different care units. And of that set of data, 92% indicated that our redesign was a good idea and would help their practice. Then we started prototyping. We did a CAD prototype in which we 3D printed our hub, and then we also tested the dimensions to see if current lumens fit, which is what you're looking at right now. Then we also filed for a provisional patent application. If granted, this would give us 1-year protection over the idea itself and would allow us to develop it more and get more medical grade prototypes developed, and then we could file for an actual utility patent. Then recently we met with Ascension St. Vincent. And this was really important because they told us that they would be, wanted us to quote them and said that they thought this was a good idea. In fact, they actually had to leave the meeting to CLABSI prevention within their practices, but they want to help us with R&D grants, and they're willing to help us with connecting with distributors to help our product get on the market and sell.
Lastly, I'm sure you want to know where your money is going. Within our future plan, the $2,000 grant is going to go to 2 places. Firstly, it's going to help us offset the material costs of further prototyping, because obviously medical grade materials aren't really accessible if you don't have money to pay for them. But then secondly, they're also going to go towards our R&D later on when we receive FDA approval. This involves an EAI, a pre-approval inspection, and then later on an FDA form which we have to fill out and then get full approval before we move into Innovate. This typically is expected to take about 3 months based off of our product and the type of approval we're applying for. So overall, we'd like to thank you for your time, and that was your time.
Thank you. You guys can hear me, right?
Excuse me, actually, if you could use the microphone for the live stream, that would be awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
Can you guys share the pricing that you are going to use as opposed to comparatively to your competitors?
Yeah, so our pricing is comparative to exact central line systems that are already sold, IJs, but in terms of the other competitors on the market, the line snugglers and the antiseptic caps, those are also, like ours, sold within the central line system, so we're looking at around the same price. Although when we did our profit margins, we found that we were cheaper than current central line systems, but the line snugglers and antiseptic caps are comparative with that baseline.
What do you think it would take to convince the insurance industry to cover a product like this over current solutions?
Well, what we would have to do is first look at, do insurance companies currently cover the cost of central line units? And I'm pretty sure that they don't, even if you get an infection, just based on the current state of it. So getting an insurance company to cover something like this, honestly, I think what we would be able to do is garner a lot of support. When we're talking to hospitals, when we're talking to nurses, they're all saying, this is a huge issue. I don't know why nobody is addressing it. By garnering support, I believe that we would be able to convince insurance companies to cover something like this. And even if we couldn't, I still believe we'd be able to make a profit and a positive impact on patient lives.
On top of that, as business professionals, you guys understand generally how insurance works. They decrease costs by investing in us because we're preventative. When they get to the point where they have to pay out to deal with CLABSI cases, which represent a $46,000 burden per person, they're going to look at our invention and say, oh, this is $2,000 to implement on the hospital side. $200-something for us to buy, and they're going to say, we prefer that over a $46,000 investment. Simply put, it's more financially responsible for them to invest in us rather than not to in the long run.
So on the financial, can you hear me? On the financial side, you said you believe you could profit over $100 per device. Can you break down how you got to that number?
So the way we looked at it was we went through the prices of what it would take us to produce the central hub piece, which we estimated to cost, I believe it was around $10 in materials and also the necessary extrusion machines for us to make that. And then we also took the cost for the tubing at medical grade. We initially did our approximations based off of just what you can order online, but we believe that through partnerships with companies and specific orders that we can secure better details to actually decrease those costs in the long term, if that answers your question.
In terms of the prototype that you guys were discussing, what are your thoughts on how you would fund something like that, and maybe who you would partner with to get that work done?
Yeah, in terms of funding a prototype and actually getting medical grade materials, we're obviously beyond it being at a competition like this. We are in conversations with certain administrative members, like that meeting with Ascension St. Vincent in Carmel, in which they told us they would be very willing to help us out in getting R&D grants in order to develop that prototype further. And we have more meetings set up in the future. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Hey, my name is Hunter Stone. I'm the co-founder and president of STARTedUP Foundation, and I just want to say thank you to all of you that showed up to start. This is our kickoff of the regional pitch competitions right now. So this is the first one in a long string of the next 2 weeks of seeing the best of student innovation across the state of Indiana. So I'm really excited, really glad that we have you here today. And in fact, that's actually one of my favorite things about Innovate WithIN and about what we do at StartedUp is it's seeing how the ecosystem comes together to support our students' achievement. We really believe, as you heard Don share in the beginning, one of our core values is about building that strategic network and understanding the value that you can provide to others and what they've got in your own community, how you learn from community resources, how you use community resources, and ultimately how you bring value back to your community. What we noticed a few years ago, though, is that just as much as our students are benefiting from that, our teachers can benefit from that too. When you empower incredible educators to be a hub of a network and best understand how they can interface with folks from the community, then they're able to embed in their classroom, no matter what they teach, real-world problem solving, really challenging students to figure out in high school how they can start to have agency in their lives, figure out what they want to do, and how they can build their future by solving real-world problems and embedding in their community. And that's been incredible from a passion and purpose perspective for our teachers too. So that's why I'd love to share real quick what we've got going on. We've had for the past few years a teacher fellowship program that we have now transformed into the StartedUp Innovation Accelerator. So what is this? This is an experience where educators are connected to a nationwide network of like-minded, forward-thinking peers. They get a flexible, classroom-ready innovation curriculum, access to leadership and travel opportunities, and ultimately new ways to open doors for students. The best part is that it is completely free this year for teachers and schools to participate because we've got excellent partnerships with different sponsors across the state. So I want to share with all of you that applications are now open, and they are open until the end of May. We're trying to gather 150 incredible educators from across the state that no matter what they teach, they're excited about bringing innovation and real-world problem solving into the classroom. And actually, real quick, I know we have a few current folks from the teacher program, so if you guys could stand real quick, our current StartedUp teachers. These guys rock. These guys rock. It's because of what those folks do to figure out how the ecosystem gets embedded in the classroom that you see such incredible achievement today. So if you've got a rock star teacher in your life, or you are a rock star teacher, please nominate them or sign up at this QR code here. Again, applications are open until the end of May, but we're trying to figure out how we can get the best folks in the program right now. So please do sign up. All right, and with that, I'd like if you all could please help me welcome our next team from Noblesville High School, Infectage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Layla Kadora.
And I'm Evelyn Rose Birch.
And this is Infectage. I want you to imagine you have a loved one who has recently received surgery, and they're sent home with your typical bandage that is not to be removed for the next week so that their wound site can properly heal. And while we're hypothesizing, let's say that this loved one is an elderly individual who has trouble dealing with their own medical needs and leaving the house. Because this wound isn't being monitored properly and the bandage won't be removed until the following week, your loved one is at risk for developing a surgical site infection an SSI, or even sepsis. A surgical site infection is an infection that occurs at a surgical wound where an individual has recently received surgery. It can be caused by any factors like contaminated wounds or unclean medical equipment. In the United States, about 525,000 patients end up developing an SSI, and this is due to these factors listed above. Because of this, ends up costing hospitals billions of dollars in supplies and treatment. While SSIs occur in the United States, they are most prevalent in developing countries because of the lack of access to clean medical equipment and the lack of PrEP.
The lack of cleanliness or care to a wound site can cause sepsis, which is when the immune system overreacts to an infection, and sepsis can occur just 3 days after the surgery. And sepsis kind of causes the organs to stop functioning and the inflammation all over your body. And due to this, and due to my apologies. And due to this, it is very difficult for people, and it can often cause medical conditions or even, in extreme cases, death. This is why our product would be a bandage that could be sent home with these patients so that they can check their infection from the comfort of their own home. So the Infectage team, we brainstormed multiple different ideas, and our first one consisted of a thermal bandage, which a common symptom of SSIs is that the wound site becomes heated, and this way this bandage would kind of detect that heat, and that would indicate that there could indeed be an infection. Our second idea is similar to a COVID-19 test, where the patient would swab the wound and then put it into a solution, and then that solution would be tested for a protein that is commonly found in infections, which is either procalcitonin or C-reactive protein. And we believe that our third and final solution was our most effective and the one that we decided to move forward with.
The solution we came up with is almost like a combination of our two previous ideas. It is essentially a hydrocolloid bandage with a CRP test strip in the center. We call our product Infectage, the bandage with infection detection. The patient would place the bandage above their wound, and any purulent drainage from that wound would be absorbed into the test strip and tested for CRP, a protein commonly found in infections. From there, the patient would remove the bandage and check for the 2 lines that indicate a positive result, sort of similar to a pregnancy or a COVID test.
The production cost for a single bandage is $13.13. We would plan on selling them in packs of 3 for $50, and that would give us a profit margin of about 30% or $10.61. We would plan on selling these products at pharmacies as well as sell them in bulk to hospitals to be able to give to them after, so they can give them to the patients after their surgeries.
Our product was designed to save valuable response time should any infection occur at a surgical wound. It's easy to interpret and eases any fear that comes with post-op complications. According to the CDC, sepsis affects just under 2 million adults in America annually, and of that 2 million, 20% end up dying. With our product, we hope that preventative care will help to lower these numbers.
There are some other solutions out there, but we found that either, one, they would be too complex medically for patients to figure out by themselves, or it requires multiple visits to a doctor's office. The intent behind our product was to streamline and simplify post-op care for patients. We believe that our product would be able to simplify this for people so they can do it in the comfort of their home, and many people who have undergone a surgery do not want to have to attend a doctor's office many times in order to check for if they have an infection or not. So this way they can do this when they're just at home.
Going back to our price, while $50 may seem a lot for a package of 3 bandages, it is vital to remember that 1, our product can detect the onset of sepsis and other surgical site infections, and 2, we would partner with insurance companies and other hospital systems to help lower these production costs. In addition, the average cost for a medical procedure in the United States can range anywhere between tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars, so the cost for $50 bandages would be considered nominal by comparison. If we were fortunate enough to win the $1,000 prize, we would put it towards creating a better prototype that would then be taken to large pharmaceutical companies, like earlier stated, and from there, we would bring Infectage to the market. If you'd like to look into some of the topics we discussed today, the sites are shown above. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job. Do you guys have an idea of, I guess I have a few questions, maybe choose the ones you want to answer, the ones you know how to answer. How often do you think you need to replace the bandage? Like what materials do you think you would use for the bandage itself? Does someone know if it's time to replace the bandage?
So they would have to check the test strip, and then usually they're given 3. And then in addition to that, the hospital would administer one after they've been discharged. So because of that, exactly after they see the 2 lines, they're urged to go into the hospital to receive the proper care for these infections. So from that, it's really more an active prevention than a long-term result.
Well, this is right up my alley. I love wound care and have been working in it for years. So my first question is there a working prototype?
We have not actually been able to fully test it. We would kind of need more of the backing of larger pharmaceutical companies, but we're also lucky to have something like Eli Lilly around here to kind of help us out. And we also believe we need a little bit more lab space in order to properly test it.
Okay.
So we are not exactly sure at the moment, but we're working towards that.
Okay. And I love how clear it was about your profit margin, $10.61. That was great. Have you considered different sizes for different size wounds?
We have, because this was just a prototype, we've sticked with the 4x4 hydrocolloid bandage.
Is that inches?
Yes,
Okay.
4x4 inches. But from there, we wanted to look into like larger wound sites and smaller ones, but we found that because of like hospitals and stuff, that covers most wound site inches and size.
Yeah. So my company is one of the largest distributors in the country of skin grafts for wounds. So I would highly recommend that you look at smaller grafts and go into centimeters. A lot of diabetic foot ulcers that lead to sepsis would be one of your biggest markets, if I could encourage you. And then would you make it waterproof to make sure that the patients could bathe with the bandages on?
Yeah, so the great thing about hydrocolloid bandages is they're actually like those pimple patches that people have, and they sleep in them, and they're just great at keeping everything in and keeping everything out. So they're already sort of waterproof, but no, it's definitely something to look into to make them even more waterproof.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, as you guys heard from Don earlier, we have an incredible number of partners and sponsors at StartedUP that make all of this possible. Right now, I'd like to take a minute, though, to thank our 2025 Innovate WithIN State Finals host, which will be Butler University's Lacey School of Business, where at least one of the winning teams here and potentially a wild card are going to face the rest of the state finalists on June 20th. To figure out who will be the Innovate WithIN 2025 state champion. So real quick, here's a message from our friends at Butler. Butler University is a proud host of the Innovate WithIN state finals and offers a unique blend of opportunity and community. At the Lacey School of Business, student entrepreneurs thrive through personalized mentorship and real-world business experiences. They're a proud partner of StartedUP because they share our commitment to fostering an entrepreneurial ecosystem where students can develop their ventures while still pursuing their education. So come see Butler's commitment to innovation firsthand by joining us for the state finals on their campus at June 20th, where you'll see how they are collaboratively supporting Indiana's next generation of entrepreneurs. In the meantime, though, please help me welcome our next team, BioNeed from Carmel High School.
Before we begin, we'd just like to say that we do have a working prototype of our device as of right now, and we'd be more than happy to show you how it works afterwards. Good morning, everyone. I'm Akshay Lingala.
And I'm Saisha Saha, and we're the co-founders of BioNeed.
Currently, there is an overwhelming 63.3 million Americans suffering from wrist pain. Now, this pain can be a result of pre-existing medical conditions such as carpal tunnel syndrome or arthritis, but it can also result from frequent and repetitive wrist motions. Because of this wrist pain, basic activities such as typing, cooking, or even driving can feel unnecessarily strenuous for an individual.
Without proper treatment, this wrist pain can lead to complete inhibition of day-to-day activities and may even require surgical interventions. Additionally, in today's society of increasing tech usage, this problem is expected to rise.
That's why we created BioNeed, your first personalized and wearable massage device for wrist pain.
The way that BioNeed works is that it utilizes an SEMG sensor that detects the user's muscle contractions and converts them into electrical signals. These signals are then processed by the microcontroller and sent to the motor driver to move the kneading nodes attached to the motor. The kneads adjust pressure and speed based on the user's muscle contractions, with more intense contractions equaling higher pressure and speed, and vice versa. BioNeed also integrates biofeedback therapy. Let's say that two users perform the same activity, playing piano. A user with carpal tunnel syndrome is going to show lower muscle signal and strength than the user without CTS simply because of their condition. BioNeed accounts for this difference by allowing users to personalize intensity ranges through the BioNeed app for a more tailored massage.
BioNeed currently uses a rules-based system to respond to muscle signals in real time, but we're designing it to support deep learning integration well into the future. Suppose that a weightlifter uses BioNeed during a cool down and the device shifts, affecting sensor placement. BioNeed's future AI model will adapt instantly based on learned patterns to continue providing responsive treatment. This is what BioNeed will look like in the future. For the sake of these models, assume that the palm is face down. This bottom oval will house a circuitry for our device, and this top oval contains the SEMG sensor and the motorized, ergonomically designed spherical kneading nodes. The Velcro straps will house the jumper wires that connect the internal components.
Because Akshay and I both struggle with eczema, it was imperative for BioNeed to be skin sensitive and hypoallergenic, and therefore it's made up of 100% organic cotton, bamboo lining, and jersey cotton straps, making it not only skin sensitive, but also eco-friendly because it's made up of biodegradable materials. We've also integrated heat therapy into the device through the addition of graphene films and heating pads in the fabric layer.
BioNeed's unique value lies in its responsive, convenient, and comfortable wrist pain relief, with applications ranging from clinical post-operative care to everyday wrist discomfort. Unlike bulky and inconvenient massage devices, BioNeed responds to muscle signals in real time, allowing users to go about their day uninterrupted. Made with eco-friendly and skin-safe fabrics, BioNeed is designed for both comfort and sustainability.
Out of 63 million Americans with wrist pain, we're looking at 56 million in the middle and upper class because they're more likely to purchase our product. Looking at current adoption trends of pain management devices and wearable tech, we estimate a 12.5% adoption rate over the next few years. That's around 6.8 million potential users. We conservatively estimate a 2.5 adoption rate the first year with 170K units sold. The number of units sold will continue to increase as the adoption rate increases by 1.5% each year. We estimated costs ahead of BioNeed's direct-to-consumer launch in 2027. With the $64 unit cost and $110 retail price, we're making a 41.8% profit margin. First year profits will be $2.9 million and are expected to rise, including both pricing agreements.
We've carefully calculated these costs and would love for you to follow up about them later. Initial revenue will come from university research grants and strategic corporate partnerships with focus on early research and development. We'll continue clinical collaborations to build our brand trust, and then we'll expand to direct-to-consumer sales via our website and online retailers. From 2025 to 2027, we will generate non-recurring project-based revenue with early research and clinical collaborations. Then in 2027, we will transition to a tiered in perpetuity B2C model with one-time purchases and pricing that adjusts as advanced models of BioNeed come out. But you might be sitting there wondering, why a massage device? Well, many people with wrist pain lean towards general pain management devices, yet these existing treatments fail to offer quick pain relief or they irritate the skin. Massage devices are able to easily bypass these issues, so we chose this approach.
BioNeed goes 2 steps further than existing massage devices like NeuroFlex Elbow and LifePro, which require users to take time out of their day for treatment. BioNeed's compact wearable design allows users to seek treatment on the go, and with its responsive personalized massage based on real-time muscle innovative approach unmatched by any existing device at an affordable price of $110. We've also developed a prototype that demonstrates BioNeed's motor movement, and we're finalizing the code to link the SEMG sensors to the kneading nodes. We're going to upgrade to biometrics LTD sensors in the future and also integrate a microcontroller within the PCB. We're also in the process of scheduling a meeting with a patent lawyer to trademark BioNeed's innovative technology. Additionally, we consulted with 4 PTs who praised BioNeed's personalization node design and skin-sensitive materials, especially for the underserved with wrist pain and sensitive skin. They also noted that BioNeed can offer as a great solution to combat opiate addiction because it's a drug-free solution to pain management.
We've begun to develop the BioNeed app interface as well. In the upcoming year and a half, we will establish an LLC with a website launch, customer base expansion, and team building efforts. We will pursue both FDA approval as a Class 1 medical device and allow for insurance coverage of BioNeed. From a production standpoint, R&D and clinical trials will validate BioNeed as an effective wrist massage device in today's market. Alongside immediate objectives, we will focus on continuous efforts in R&D over the next 2 years, hoping to start production in 2027 with our first batch ready by the fall of that year. Once established, BioNeed will expand to other body areas and offer a variety of packages and colors.
$2,000 Innovate within money in 5 key areas. We'll use 400 for high-end SMG sensors, 550 R&D including AI integration, 350 for PCB board, 200 for casing, and lastly 500 for app development. Any additional funding received, such as the $25K state investment, will be allocated in the same strategic breakdown. Ultimately, BioNeed is dedicated to revolutionizing the pain management industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, especially for the AI model that you're planning to implement, do you envision it being done on the device or through a connected device like a phone?
It'll be mostly done through the connected device on the phone.
Because it would be, it's something that we're planning on finalizing in like those research and development stages as well. So we obviously would need time to like take out, like train those models and whatnot as well. But we have a BioNeed app interface as well, so we have like the external component from that part as well.
And basically what it would do is it would look at like say a user, their device is slipping off. That's not a problem though, because with the AI, it allows to see like patterns of like the pressures and intensity of like nodes. Like say like a user is performing like playing tennis. If they have a pattern of a certain intensity point or pressure point, the AI is going to look at those patterns and just implement that.
Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
So I just had a question about the 60 million people suffering from wrist pain. Have you broken down those numbers to how much of that is chronic and caused by arthritis?
So that's actually 19.1% of Americans, which we multiplied by the population, and that was from a study done that looked at overall general wrist pain. We actually did calculate like more numbers as well, looking at the percentage of people that suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome, arthritis, golfer's elbow, tennis elbow, all these other chronic conditions. That number was, do you remember what that number was? It was much higher than the 63.3 million. This is a problem affecting people worldwide, and it's pretty bad.
It's a really big problem, but to scale it down for this presentation, we made it from 19.6%, which includes general wrist pain. I think they included a non-specific and specific though. So specific as in like diagnosed diseases like carpal tunnel syndrome, arthritis, tennis elbow, as well as just general non-specific pain, which usually happens when you're like more older, like 45 plus.
Okay. Do you, and maybe I missed it, do you have different intensities for different types of pain?
So how this device works is that it takes your muscles and it like translates those signals. When your muscle contracts, it generates certain electrical signals. So what our device does is it has an SEMG sensor that directly correlates that muscle intensity to a pressure. So that's what differs it from like other existing massage devices, because other massage devices, you'd have to take time out of your day, you'd have to push a button, you'd have to get a setting. This directly picks up on what your body is saying. BioNeed is the only massage device to cater to what the user's body needs and not what the device is capable of doing.
Was how much can a massage device actually penetrate and relieve chronic pain?
We can take carpal tunnel syndrome as a common example, right? Your carpal tunnel syndrome, that's the pinching of the median nerve that's located right here. That pain is over here, but you wouldn't be able to massage this area because it's too bone dense. When you have a massage up here, and this was from the PTs as well, we addressed that with them as well, they were the ones who told us this. When you massage this area here, that's directly relieving the pressure that your median nerve feels because those muscles lose that tension. So that way, when you are massaging this more medial area here, you really are relieving the pain here because that's relieving the condition. And it would work like that for several other conditions as well.
And this can help, like, for example, with carpal tunnel syndrome, if they don't address their pain, it can lead to, like, surgery. So this helps minimize that as well. And it's also, like, compact and wearable, so users don't have to take time out of their day for treatment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great job, guys. So I understand that it's specific to the wrist, but could it be used for other applications as well?
For
Other
sure.
types of pain?
Absolutely.
That's one of our future goals, to expand to other body parts. Do you want to explain the sleeves?
Yeah, so basically how this is going to work, we had an idea, we discussed this with the PTs as well, but once BioNeed is established for the wrist, we definitely want to expand to other body parts. I'm a dancer, so I experience muscle cramps in my legs all the time, so I would love a BioNeed for my legs after a dance session. So how that would work, it would be the same circuitry, the same exact technology, but if you had like sleeves, and this was the other, like, offering it in a variety of packages as well, if you had different sleeves, that you'd have one for your arm, you'd have one for your leg, you'd have one for your back, that same circuitry would be able to be, like, inserted because of the, like, casing that the circuitry would be in, so you could insert that into a different sleeve for a different body part. And we'd also continue to develop and, like, research that as
And
well.
for different body parts, we'd also change the size of the kneading node design. So if it's for your back, it'll be much bigger, enhancing comfort more.
Great, thank you.
Did you talk about where your product would be sold?
Yes, so we'd obviously finalize those details more after the 2 years that we do research and development, but we were thinking right now, like, definitely, like, online retailers, because you look at, like, other competitive massage guns, for example, like Theragun, for example, you could just do a Google search for Theragun and you'd find, like, a link right there. So it would be, like, online retailers, probably a BioNeed website, and, like, Amazon as well, which is where most of our competitors sell.
We're also going to collaborate with PT clinics, and once we're, like, very developed over the years, we're going to have PT clinics recommend these products to their consumers as well. So that's another revenue generator too.
Yeah, those are, like, securing those clinical collaborations early on.
And another part that we want to address is we're going to have it be more insurance covered as well as, like, bulk pricing will make our pricing go down. So we're going to be able to account for that lower income individuals as well. So that expands our market much more.
All right, thank you guys very much. Now I'd like to welcome one of our great partners from the region, Kelly Blanchard from the Purdue University Mitch Daniels School of Business, to share a few words.
Good morning. As Hunter said, my name is Kelly Blanchard. I'm the Associate Dean of Student Experience and Undergraduate Programs at the Daniels School of Business here at Purdue. I had just a couple of comments, some encouraging words to our teams, and also just a little bit about why we're here today. And then I have the pleasure of also introducing our next student team. So we're at one of the world's premier STEM universities. Science, technology, engineering, and math at Purdue are obviously providing the tools that these teams are using to create these amazing innovations. But business is what we need to actually solve these problems and spread the knowledge about these solutions to the rest of the world. Behind every great scientific breakthrough, there's a strategy to bring it to life and to bring it to the people who are going to need it. Just in the teams that we've seen so far today, these innovations are the kinds of things that are going to be reaching people in ways that they have never been before. Here's the key. None of these innovations go anywhere without business. We need the finance, the marketing, the supply chain, the analytics, the economics. They're going to turn these inventions into real impact. Business makes innovation usable. It makes it affordable, scalable, and sustainable. Even so-called failures lead to success. How many of you have ever heard the story of the invention of the Post-it? Does anyone know what the adhesive that they were testing that eventually ended up in a Post-it was actually supposed to do? It was actually supposed to be a super strong adhesive for aircraft. Yes. That failure, when they realized the pressure-sensitive adhesive could work really well on paper, but maybe not so much in aircraft, led to the invention of Post-its. So I encourage you to think about how your failures actually provide potential solutions for you as well. That business thinking helps you figure out how to build, fund, and deliver innovation. So today, as we're hearing these pitches, remember, we're not just inventing, we're not just innovating, we are building the bridge from idea to impact. So it is my pleasure now to introduce our next team. We have NextGen Research Institute from Zionsville High School.
Hey, what's up, guys? NextGen Research Institute began with a simple yet powerful purpose in mind. By giving students the tools to research today, we empower them to do incredible things and revolutionize the world we live in tomorrow. Hi, I'm Prab J. Chandran, and today we'll be walking you guys through how we've been achieving this goal and how we'll continue to do this in the future. As you likely know, the 2025 college admission cycle has just come to an end. And once again, it was the most competitive one in history. Getting into college is only getting harder, and nowadays, students aren't able to get in as easy as they were just 2 years ago. One of the best ways to get into college nowadays is to get research opportunities in high school, and that can also be used to build a genuine skill set. However, even that is becoming extremely hard nowadays. For example, my co-founder and I both had to email hundreds of professors before even gaining one single positive response from a professor. Without pre-existing connections or a network, it's almost impossible to gain these networks and build research in high school. Our service, NextGen Research Institute, connects high schoolers with college research opportunities and publishes their work at a fraction of the cost of alternatives. We do this through two simple portals. Our journal, which is $50 an application, and where students who have prior research experience or have an independent article apply to both publish their research and get connected with the professor. Our second application pathway is our holistic admissions, in which students who don't have prior research apply with things like their essays, their grades, their test scores, and more, and are then also placed with the research experience. These two make up the core of NextGen's revenue model. Our competition includes companies that operate through a solely pay-to-win model. Here, high schoolers and parents pay thousands of dollars for summer research experience. This not only isn't enriching for the high schooler, but doesn't look good on a resume or a college application, because people know that organizations like Polygence and Lumiere are very pay to win and don't take any merit to achieve. Our unique value is our ability to connect high schoolers with solid top 30 research opportunities at less than 1% of the cost of alternatives. And we do this through a purely merit-based process. We choose high schoolers who are hardworking and talented, so when connected with a university professor, they can actually provide value to them. This way, we don't have to pay professors or grad students thousands of dollars to take on dead weight. We also provide Ivy League mentorship to every single student who enters. Once they're placed with a research group, these are often students who are in Ivy League or top 20 universities. This allows students to develop relationships with these high-achieving, ambitious students outside of just research through personal college application mentorship.
We set ourselves apart with two key innovations. Number one is virtual/augmented reality research labs, and second, AI matchmaking. So to go deeper into VR integration, around 20% of high schoolers in the US live in poverty or underprivileged conditions. So this forms a problem when we have very hands-on experimental research areas like biology or chemistry. And NextGen solves this with introducing VR labs to provide these immersive experiences right from home. For example, we can integrate services like ZapWorks or Unity Mars into our platform, and we don't have to pay thousands for VR headsets because we focus on visual-oriented VR first, which you can access from your computer right now. As for AI matchmaking between students and mentors, think of NGLink, the platform we're about to launch, as the Tinder for research. At NextGen, soft skills like collaboration are just as important as technical skills that you learn from your mentors. So NGLink, using our NextGen AI models, we can go beyond surface level traits and go into personality traits, learning styles, and even pacing preferences to truly revolutionize team building. And with that, we can go into cohorts. Most NextGen projects involve cohorts of teams of 5 to 6 students led by one paid mentor affiliated with one top university. For example, in the next few months, we plan to release the NextGen lab at Johns Hopkins or the NextGen CS Lab at Georgia Tech, which are universities that we already have relations with.
Our marketing platform has been through social media, local high school partnership to the school that myself and our co-founders in Texas and Georgia attend, as well as our primary method is connections with large youth organizations. For example, the Youth Development Resource Center in California has over 1,000 students who tutored in middle school, but now need research opportunities to further develop their academic passions. Here, we give organizations a per student discount if they apply in bulk. Through these marketing efforts, to date, we've had over 800 applications and we've accepted over 160 students to be matched with research. These students have come from 3 continents, 20 US states, and from all backgrounds and academic interests, including economics, machine learning, biology, and more.
Since August of last year, NextGen has been registered as an LLC, and we've made around $32,000 in revenue, with $26K, the brunt of it coming from paper publication. Our expenses have been $18K so far, with most of it $16K coming from marketing expenses, so we made around a $14K net profit. While our competitors target the top 1 to 2% of income earners, NextGen offers our services at less than 1% the cost of our alternatives, meaning we're still able to generate revenue while remaining much more affordable for students. Here's our projections with assuming stabilizing growth per year up to 2030, and we expect expenses to increase proportionally as well. As for investability, we'll split our 1K regional finalist fund into 4 sections, with the brunt of it, 65% being allocated towards paying our mentors and platform development. Another 35% will be allocated towards more passive expenses like market research or student showcases.
So at our surface, NextGen is a company that connects point A with point B, high schoolers with lab research. We have a wider mission, to destroy barriers in both education and research and do this the right way, based fully on merit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great work, guys. Can you tell me a little bit, you said it's harder and harder to get into college. What statistics are you using to make that claim?
Just a simple statistic. The University of Pennsylvania, back in 2000, the acceptance rate was close to 19%. Now it's 4.5. Even Purdue, most majors like, good major like computer science, business, even business is down to I think 50 to 60%. I don't know if someone can fact check me on that. But computer science, engineering, even out-of-state students, it's down to 15%. With in-state students, it's a bit higher, but every single university in the United States, the acceptance rate has gone down in the past 10 years, and some even as much as 15%, 20%.
Sure. Can you just follow up? Did your research tell you whether or not that was because more applicants were applying, or was it more strict competition in terms of they were reducing the number of students, or was it both?
Most colleges have kept a steady enrollment or have increased enrollment a tiny bit. So it is because of more accessibility to college applications. So right now you have the Common App, which is the one software that people use to apply to many, many colleges. So every year the amount of kids applying to more colleges is increasing. So a lot of kids now, there's this thing called shotgunning, where kids apply to like as many colleges as possible, like 10, 15, 20, so they can like maybe land 1 or 2. But this inadvertently affects everyone by lowering each person's chance to any specific college. So, combination of both.
You started off by giving, I think, a stat on response rates to emails for like 2 professors at universities, maybe from you guys or someone else. Do you think, so drilling down on that problem, do you think it's a time issue that these professors are time limited, they don't have the time to talk with these students, mentor them potentially, or is it a trust issue where these are unknown people, it's a networks issue that you mentioned?
For sure trust, because there are high schoolers out there that have the potential and ambition and skill to contribute to projects, even if it's editing research papers, even if it's like a little bit of code here and there, they can. But professors, like every professor we talk to, they've said they've received like hundreds of emails like this every week. They're like international students, they're kids from like India, China, like high schoolers, college students everywhere, like email blasting them. So when they see that the subject line, request for research position, that's like an immediate delete. That's like a right to delete. Like they don't even look at it. It's that bad how it is right now. So an organization like NextGen is someone they can trust. So it's not like they bring on a high schooler. There's also the onboarding process, which takes a while, right? It's not just you immediately take the high schooler, they do work. The professor has to spend time teaching them, putting them on the research project. If they end up not being useful within a month, that's a massive waste of time. So this is an organization like NextGen, if they trust, where they can say, okay, if NextGen gives us a student, they will work hard, they are a good student, and that's something that they will reply to, and which they are doing.
I can also add on that. So right now we already have professors in our network, but to build that trust that we need and the credibility of our platform, right now we're also focusing on targeting undergrads and grad students, which are much more open to mentoring high school students because they have much more time. And these grad students or undergrads, they're also strongly affiliated with their own university labs, and they're working under their professors as well. And our NextGen scholars will usually just work on in teams like derivative projects that are very similar aligned with those grad student projects, so both sides can benefit.
Just quick question. You mentioned that your $50 application is a fraction of the cost. A fraction of what cost? Do you have competition, and what are they charging?
Yeah, our competition, can we go back? Oh yeah, but Lumiere and Polygens, they charge close to 8,000. Some applications that sell for hundreds, which our application doesn't guarantee that you get in, but it's a way in. Our acceptance rate is 15 to 25%, depending on which specific research project you apply for. For example, like humanities is going to be like a bit less competitive than, for example, like a computer science project that you apply for. So our competitors, it's like 8,000 for a 1-month summer program. If it's 2, it's like we're talking 16,000, 20,000. So exorbitant prices for like a set period. The thing with us is we charge you for your application, and then when placed with a professor, that's up to you. So we don't say, you can only research for 1 month, or you can only research for a month and a half. It's up to you and your professor. Based on how good you do, you can research for a year or 2. So it's very independent after that point.
And last question. Have you researched, based on the applicants that go through your competition, what the higher percentage of them getting into college is?
Is higher. Our competitors obviously have a much more robust network, but it's more of correlation because the students who do get these positions from these super expensive organizations, they have the means to afford more. So it's kind of like the myth of meritocracy, if you will, that if you can't afford these really expensive research positions, you can often afford a bunch of other things. Your parents are often higher educated, so it's more of a correlation issue than a causation, I'd say. But yeah, they are placing at higher rates than us. But we still do have students. Last year we had 2 who put NextGen in their top 5 extracurriculars, and 1 got into Yale, and we had 1 Emory. So we have had pretty good results.
Thank you. Right. So, hey, as we keep celebrating the incredible journey of our Innovate WithIN students, I want to take another moment to shine a light on those folks that are operating behind the scenes. One big part of Innovate WithIN is that students, for participating at any level of the pitch competition, are open to a variety of scholarships, offerings, or other incentives from a variety of our partners. So some of those partners you can see here, that includes Purdue University Northwest, Purdue University Fort Wayne, Indiana Tech, DePaul University, Grace College, Old National Bank, and Maker 13. What I love about this group of people, and I think what's important to recognize today is, look, there's some incredible ideas in this room, and I hope that all these ideas take off and do incredibly well, but even if they don't, we at StartedUP believe all of these students because of the passion, the effort, and the ability to solve problems that they've demonstrated, and that's what these partners see too. They are investing in these students as people, not just these ideas, which we think is really, really special. So to dig back into the ecosystem a little bit more, like I was sharing, one of my favorite things is, and Kev, I don't know if this is working, so if you could pull the next one for me. One of my favorite things is that, as I shared earlier, students are engaging with the ecosystem. So in preparation for this, they're finding mentors, they're gaining feedback, they're learning about what makes their idea more market ready. And there's one partner that really rises to the top on the amount of work that they do with us, and that's the Indiana Small Business Development Center. ISBDC, as part of the regional pitch competitions, connects with all 60 of our statewide regional finalists and works to help develop their businesses and make them as market ready as possible. So to share a few words from the ISBDC, representing the Hoosier Heartland region, I'd like to welcome Regional Director Jordan Jaika to share a few words.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jordan Jaika. I am the local director of the Indiana Small Business Development Center that covers Tippecanoe County here. I know you guys have heard it a lot, but once again, congratulations to all of the students. We have the distinct honor of being able to work with every single one of the students across the state. They get connected to one of our local coaches who can give them local market research data, go through their economic plan, and it's a wonderful partnership. I've had the honor of coaching a ton of the student groups over the last few years. I can say with working with hundreds of different entrepreneurs throughout the year, you guys are truly some of the most passionate and creative that we work with throughout the year. So with that, I just have two kind of quick comments because this is a big milestone moment for a lot of you guys who are stepping out of your comfort zone. So the first one, I think it's important to practice a lot of gratitude in these major milestone moments. There's a lot of people who have helped you get here, parents, teachers, mentors, other support systems. Make sure you take the time to thank them. It means a lot to them, and we all wouldn't be here without that support that they've provided. So I think that's really important in these moments. And then the second, I think it's just to never lose that hunger to learn and improve. So one of my favorite books, as with a lot of people, is Atomic Habits, which really kind of talks about the long-term compounding effect of just improving and learning in every single day. So just to put some numbers and attach it to it, if you improve yourself 1% every single day, by the end of the year, you have improved 37 times. And if you want to look at it over a longer period of time, if you guys are planning on going to college or pursuing other ventures, over a 4-year period, if you improve 1% every single day, that's 1,415 times better over that 4-year period. And I think that's really powerful and impactful when you start to think about if we all did that together, what would the world look like at the end of it? So appreciate you guys and the partnership. And with that, let's roll to our next team, which is Infropel from Carmel High School.
All right. Judges, teachers, audience members, thank you for joining us today. Today we'll be presenting Infropel, a screen against mosquitoes. My name is Swayam.
And I'm Joanne.
Our problem at hand is quite a big one. So each year over 1 million people die of a mosquito-borne illness, and over 45 million years of lost life annually are equated for mosquito-borne illnesses. Now, current viable mosquito solutions like the DEEP-based products are very rudimentary, and they're from they were initially created in the early 1940s. So they have not kept up to the innovation that has been produced in this segment, and that is what we intend to do today. So current solutions for mosquito-borne illnesses are mosquito nets. However, these mosquito nets are stationary and cannot be used when people are moving. And obviously the current mosquito repellents are DEEP-based products, and they prevent mosquitoes from detecting carbon dioxide and odorous chemicals that humans release. However, they are not able to prevent mosquitoes from tracking the heat-based emissions that humans now release. So that's what Infropel is aiming to do.
Our solution uses alumina and silica to absorb the infrared emissions that result from the human body's heat. Additionally, we utilize eucalyptus oil to prevent mosquitoes from entering close proximity of humans. How this works is that the alumina and silica absorbs the infrared emissions from the body and then reduces the energy of the light that's emitted to a level that cannot be detected by mosquitoes. This results in them flying past the person using the repellent. To test our product, we conducted an initial spectroscopy test to determine whether the chemicals that are involved, that are commonly also found in sunscreens, can absorb infrared light. And by conducting the spectroscopy test, we were able to determine that there was significant absorption in the infrared region of light.
Once we tested the theory, we looked to narrow down a chemical compound that would help prevent the or absorb the infrared radiation. And that compound was the alumina and silica mixture that showed a high absorption at the 9,000 to 12,000 nanometer spectrum. We did this experiment alongside the STARTedUP group at the Indiana University, Indianapolis, and you'll hear that is a big part of our backing in this.
We plan an experiment in the future with live mosquitoes to determine the efficacy of the aluminosilicate mixture and to determine what is the most effective mixture of alumina and silica. We'll measure the following variables: the closest distance that mosquitoes travel to the user, the time they take to approach that closest distance, and the quantity of mosquitoes that approach the user to identify the most effective product.
So our product has many notable advantages, as we've been talking about earlier, but the main ones are that it prevents the IR detection that mosquitoes use to track humans, but also it is able to limit the odorous chemicals given off by humans, which is another tracking ability that mosquitoes have. But also it has fewer chemicals, and the chemical compounds used are very safe. And it has the short-range deterrent with the eucalyptus oil, but also the long-range abilities of the chemical compound. Also, we take our design very seriously, and that has led to a significant traction. So within 3 days of having our pre-sale order form up, we've generated over 258 pre-sales, which we're very proud of, and will help us gain traction into the future. So as I said earlier, our company has numerous advantages, and the main one is that our research is backed by the SARDAR lab at the Indiana University, Indianapolis, and our research is aligned with multiple research papers that they have published and new research that continues to be coming out. And we have done those 2 successful experiments proving the viability of not just our theory, but also our product and our compound. And also we have, as I said earlier, generated a lot of traction just in a few days, and we have a diverse customer background internationally with over 250 pre-orders. Here is our expert testimonial.
The safety of our product is virtually guaranteed, as the components are found in existing mosquito repellents, as well as the alumina and silica have already been utilized in cosmetics and dermatologic applications and have been shown to be safe. As for our revenue and costs, our predicted cost per 16 fluid ounce bottle of Infropel is about $13.50, and we have competitively priced our product at $17 in comparison to our closest market shareholder, which is Off Mosquito Repellent by SC Johnson. Given this, we have a profit of $3.50 per bottle, and we'll have a profit margin of 20.6%. Given the large market for mosquito repellents, as well as our profit margin, we can expect that with $2 million in expenses per year, we could generate $2.5 million in revenue.
Our market size is truly vast, with a $1.09 billion market size in the U.S. in 2023 and over $6.9 billion globally, projected to reach over $9 billion by 2026. Now, with such high demand, a novel and innovative product, once established in this market, will be able to generate vast revenue. And we intend to do that direct to consumer initially, just because the new business costs and the investment required is extremely high. But from there, we will be able to, after garnering the support from folks like you, we will be able to go a larger scale. And to do that, or while doing that, we will be using multiple social media channels and acquiring grant funding from like the likes of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but also using the seed funding that we receive from this competition to set up those partnerships, and then also be able to garner support from various other channels and buy the seed equipment we need to do our live experiment and apply for a provisional patent. Join us in the rebellion against mosquitoes. Thank you.
Guys, so one of the questions I always ask my students is, why hasn't this been done yet?
The research in the infrared absorption by mosquitoes is actually relatively recent. In fact, a study was just published last year that identified the proteins that absorb infrared light and determined that the heating of these proteins and the antennae of the mosquito are what allow them to detect humans by infrared radiation.
As I was talking about earlier, the DEET-based products have been around since the early 1940s, and that industry is just so vast and undisturbed that I feel like nobody has had the real reason to disturb it, or nobody has thought that they could go alongside those big competitors like SC Johnson. So utilizing this new research, but also, you know, an innovative product brand and image would definitely play a big role in fighting those big competitors.
I have two questions. First question, how do you do a mosquito test? And second question, what does sweat do to this formulation? And have you thought about like how you'd overcome that issue?
So as for how we conduct the mosquito test, essentially there will be a closed-off chamber, and the user will put their arm in the chamber. They will be protected, of course, with the mosquito netting, and we will then measure those variables of the mosquito's attraction to the user, dependent on whether or not they have the repellent on. And that will determine the efficacy of each mixture and which is the ideal product.
In terms of your question for sweat, those are definitely something that all the DEET-based products already cover, since that lactic acid is what's released from humans, and that's another, you know, tracking ability that mosquitoes have. But with the eucalyptus oil, it kind of negates that, so it's the tracking ability is also in the close range, but the far range with the IR absorption are what help this gain the like mosquitoes not being able to track from both close and far range.
Additionally, sweat will not disrupt the product staying on the skin, as we are using beeswax and other materials that allow it to adhere more properly to the skin.
Can you elaborate on the application of your solution? Do you do exposed skin, target certain places?
Sure. So it's like a cream. Honestly, it's like a sunscreen, and it has those beeswax and coconut oil compounds, so it adheres to the skin properly and stays on for a long period of time, and has those kind of water repellent properties as well. Do you have something you want to add to that? Okay.
Just one question. I have no idea what DEET is. And you obviously know marketing is important, so great flyer. How are you going to market that DEET is outdated to the consumer and that yours is so much more beneficial to the consumer than the outdated DEET, whatever that is?
So DEET is currently the compound that's most commonly used in these repellents, and while it is in some cases effective, it's not effective for all users. For instance, there are people who are commonly referred to as mosquito magnets. They release compounds in their sweat and skin that, frankly, is able to just bypass the effects of DEET, and mosquitoes will still bite those people regardless of whether or not they're using mosquito repellent. So our product is essentially going to resolve that by preventing mosquitoes from getting within range to detect those compounds that make them more susceptible to.
Awesome, thank you.
Last question. Does your product prevent or repel other insects or anything such as ticks?
It likely could repel other insects such as horseflies and ones that also have a tendency to fly and be attracted to people to bite. However, as for ticks, we are not certain about its efficacy, and that will be another avenue for us to investigate in the future.
Thank you.
All right, let's get another big round of applause for all the competitors so far. At this point, we're going to go ahead and take a brief 10-minute intermission. So it's 10:32 right now. So let's say at 10:42, we'll go ahead and kick it back off. So yes, thank you, and we'll see you here in a bit. obviously, like we discussed, there's going to be a winner today, potentially a wild card today. And those folks are going to go on to more mentorship. They're going to go on to the Innovate WithIN state finals and all the incredible things that we'll do there. But the unfortunate reality is not everybody can go on to win in the pitch competition, and that's fine. We recognize that there's an incredible amount of talent being cultivated all across the state, and most definitely inside of this room. So that's why at StartedUP we've launched the Alumni Association. So with the Alumni Association, our goal is we don't want to lose track of what you guys are doing. We want to be there to continue to support the incredible work, whether that is a new entrepreneurial idea, whether that's your current entrepreneurial idea, whether that's, hey, I need help finding a great internship or a great job, or I'm interested in this industry and trying to join the workforce. We're here to continue with leadership opportunities, with development, and ultimately, I think what's really excellent is you have a peer group of students that are navigating similar paths in life. You've got ongoing resources, you've got ongoing mentorship, and like I said, it's just an incredible pipeline. And now, one of the fun things is that you'll have the chance, to continue to pitch whatever you're doing at the 2025 Indiana State Fair. We've got a cool opportunity coming up there for our alumni to be able to showcase anything that they're continuing to work on. So the best part is this is not theoretical. There's already over 100 alumni actively engaged, and that number is growing every year that we do these. So to our competitors, no matter what happens on stage today, you're stepping into a network that's going to support you for the long haul after the pitch is over. We can't wait to see where you're going to go from here, and again, couldn't be more excited. I was going to ask our alumni to stand. Yeah, we got some alumni in the room right now, so yeah, if you guys could please stand. These are Innovate WithIN previous competitors that they've stayed engaged. They're doing cool things. They've stayed engaged, and as you can see, they're here to continue to support the awesome stuff new students are doing. So your network's growing, and you're in great company. So now, to kick off our first competitor after the break, we're going to do Team SoulSwitch from Noblesville High School. Let's please help me welcome them.
All right, good afternoon or morning, I guess. We are Team SoulSwitch. I'm Braden.
I'm Kason.
So our problem as high school runners is that we run lots of miles a month, upwards of 150, and over the 3 months we put about 500 to 400 miles on our shoes, and that gets expensive replacing them because they wear down over time. But the uppers could usually need a wash, but the soles get worn down and lose the bounce and traction off of them.
So our solution is we have built a prototype that is like you can take the sole and the upper and separate them if you look at the pictures, and you can change the sole and the uppers to the same upper, allowing you to have basically one shoe but two different soles, allowing you to reuse it and save yourself money over time instead of having to like keep on buying new shoes, just even the same shoe at the point. So then this way you don't have to keep on buying more shoes. So our unique value is that we are able to have basically a whole new design to like how people use our running shoes and the way they can actually perform on them, because maybe you want one that's better built for speed, maybe you want one that's better for bounce, maybe you want one that's a little bit more comfy for like a long run, and the sole that can help that. So that way you're not buying over 5 pairs of shoes, spending thousands of dollars a year, and not wasting a lot of money. And then we also decided that we talked to some people and we found out there's a lot of people who like have really certain pairs of running shoes that they really enjoy. So we decided to also do a subscription base that allows them to basically say if they want to buy a sole from us, they can subscribe on that one and it comes to them. So then that way they don't have to keep on going out and buying the same shoe and it comes to them. And this will also and it's also reusable too. We want to like make it so people can send money back to us, like or send their shoe back to us, and then that way we can get a discount, reuse that sole, allowing them to keep on reusing it, and like because throwing away shoes is a huge waste.
So our revenue model is we're going to try and manufacture the uppers for about $25, and they'll be sold for around $35. The daily sole will be sold for around $65, or can be made for around $65 and cost around $75. And the workout shoe variant, it will be $85 to produce and about $100 I got this from a company that makes all the big brand shoe soles. They kind of quoted me on like how much they spend on all the foam and everything. And each new complete shoe will have the hardware. We screw it in with 2 screws in each shoe. That will be included with the screw also in every shoe. The daily shoe will be priced at $150 for the complete shoe. The workout will be priced at $200 for the complete shoe. Our goal is to sell 100,000 units in the first 3 years of business. The investability and traction is if we win the prize money, we will put together a Kickstarter campaign at like a running event or just around town to see if anyone would be interested in these shoes. And we would reach out to manufacturers to start designing custom uppers and soles so we can get that shipped out to people. Our next step would to be producing a scaled prototype that we can both try on since we're both runners. And after that, after we get the working prototype, we're going to register SoulSwitch as a business, finalize the logo, make a business plan. And once we're registered, we're going to patent this design so no one can steal it from us. And to reach a larger audience, we plan on making a website, or you can go on social media.
So to recap and close, basically the problem is shoes get worn down really easily, and we want to eliminate waste of shoes being wasted, so that we can change your shoes, have more use for them, and allowing you to save money over time and recycle them and help save waste. That's it for us.
So as an ultra endurance athlete, I really hope you solve this problem because I have gone through like 5 pairs of hiking boots just trying to figure out the one that works. Once you get a shoe or a boot that you really like, you do not want to give it up. One of the challenges in durability specifically is just the fact that the sole comes off of the boot if you wear them long enough like I do. So have you tested yet, or do you have any indication as to how durable you can make this because it's kind of designed to pop off?
Well, we tested with screws, but we also I'm not sure how durable and long they'll last, but we also tested with magnets, Velcros, like a latching mechanism, and we all found the magnets will lose their strength over time. The Velcro, when you tear them off, they'll just keep on falling off. Latching system, if it breaks, the whole shoe breaks, both the upper and the sole, and you have to replace them. And we found the screws are basically the best way to do it without it completely having to lose the shoe and ending it all, like the whole thing.
Well, great job. Multiple solutions before you got to the screws. That's great to hear. I saw in your presentation you put that if you win, you'll start the Kickstarter, and I'm just curious, it's such a great idea. Why not start the Kickstarter regardless?
We were going to do that even if we didn't win, just because we think we have a great idea and we think we can make some good money off of it. So even if we don't win, we're going to try it anyway.
That's great to hear. And then what is the cost for the prototype?
The prototype, we just 3D printed it at our school, but the prototype for us, I think
we spent $20 on the first kids, because we were using kids shoes first because they're small, you can easily 3D print them and use them. I think it was $20 for the shoes, and we just took them apart, cut them open.
Oh, so the reason I ask, I actually looked into starting a shoe brand, and it was going to be $100K minimum to get a shoe line going. Do you know approximately what for this? It sounds like the screws and the
yeah. So the screws are not cheap because we want them to be durable. We're gonna try and make them out of titanium, so they're lightweight and they're durable. That would be pretty expensive, but if we can get a Kickstarter campaign, get some people investing in it, hopefully that can cover the cost so we can get a shoe brand going.
It would make more sense to do manufacturing in-house or contract that out to someone else?
I think contracting it out would be easier because we don't have to come up with the foam and everything and come up with molds. If there's a company that's already out there doing it, I feel like we could go through them because all the big name brands are already doing it. So
you mentioned having 2 different, I believe, designs or use cases. Have you thought about materials for those, or I guess what is the difference between those 2? Is it materials or designs?
So it's mainly materials and design. Like a daily shoe, you want a soft foam, so probably a PBA foam. And then a workout shoe, you want a nice responsive foam. Like Nike has their Zoom X, that's their most responsive. and you also want like a carbon fiber plate in those shoes as well.
All right, as you've seen today, innovation is not just about what we're building, but it's about who and how we're preparing people to build it. So that's why partnerships like the one that we had with Telamon Robotics this year, now called Telebotics, that's why they matter. So as part of our Teacher Accelerator program, Telebotics hosted a series of 8 hands-on workshops for students across the state, helping them explore the cutting edge of robotics and automation. So these workshops weren't just about robotics, but it was about helping teachers figure out how they can bring these real-world workforce insights back into their classroom, preparing the next generation to be real strong contributors and innovators in the world of advanced manufacturing and see how robotics can drive their innovations. So the Telamon team helped our students and our teachers see what's possible through mentorship, through hands-on learning, and through shared vision for the future of work. So we're going to show you a brief video where you'll hear from Telebotics and some of the teachers and students that participate and see how those bold ideas really help them have the tools to pursue the future. So now to keep moving forward, I'd love to welcome our next team from Carmel High School. Ensphere.
If the judges are ready, I would like to begin. Okay. Hello, my name is Minso Kim, and I'm the founder of Ensphere, a microbial fertilizer that can also have soil remediation properties as well. So the problem is soil erosion, which is happening worldwide and affecting millions of farmland. Farmlands are usually under damaged soil conditions due to an excessive use of synthetic fertilizer. And this damaged soil are very susceptible to precipitation and wind, which makes the topsoil, which is the layer of soil that accounts to most of the plant growth, to erode and move to the water system. In the water system, this nutrient-rich layer of soil will feed the bacteria, the toxic bacteria, instead of feeding the plants. In Indiana, just in Indiana, 100 million tons of topsoil are being eroded each year, and this is costing us $3.8 billion in the United States. Our solution to this soil erosion issue is Ensphere. Ensphere is a microbial fertilizer, and at its core, it has co-cultured bacteria with nitrogen-fixing, carbon-retaining, and biofilm-producing property. This is covered by emulsifying it in gelatin and then coated in soluble soy polysaccharide protein. The effects of Ensphere is that it can maximize nutrition delivery to the plants by the bacteria sticking to the roots of the plants and working with the plants to deliver the nutrition to the plants for them to use. And it also secures nutrition supply, improves draining, and improves soil pH by strengthening the structure of the soil by producing something called biofilm, which is like a sticky material like glue that the bacteria can secrete. Through strengthening the structure and the deliverance of nutrition in the soil, it can make the existing fertilizers, such as synthetic fertilizer or biocompost fertilizers, to work more effectively. But these are all properties that some of the competitors in the market already have. So what is our unique value? Our unique values are as follows. So first of all, we are non-genetic modified organism, and also we don't use any rare organisms that are foreign to the microbial system in the soil, which means that we are compatible with almost every customer's needs. And second, we use no chemicals or biohazards. One of the things that is notable about our potential customers are that they're very interested in agriculture, and they're already using a variety of fertilizers, including synthetic fertilizers and biocompost. This means that they're buying the microbial fertilizers to break down the nutrients that they're already supplying. And most of the microbial fertilizers out in the markets have these synthetic chemicals and biohazards emulsified in their product in order to maximize the effects that the customer are able to observe from the use of the product. However, this can be misleading and also deters the ability to monitor what exactly the microbe does. So what we're going to do is that we're going to simplify the structure from the existing products and make it to maximize the microbial content so that the customers are able to trust the effect of the microbes themselves and able to observe the effects of the microbes more efficiently. And third, we're using an encapsulation method, and each of the grain firmer and granulation method actually makes it easier for the customers to take care of the storage of the product and lengthens the shelf life by being able to deal with humidity or contamination better than any other products. Our target customers are horticulture farmers and specialty farmers who are more accepting to different methods of agricultural changes, and especially are interested in sustainable agriculture. And we will reach them by first participating in a statewide soil conservation project, and we will gain usage of soil remediation and gain numbers to promote our product. Second, we will attend Small Farm Conference in Indiana to promote product and connect with farms. This is actually in February, so we have time till February to create our numbers to promote our product to our customers. And third, we will connect with local distributors and negotiate sales commissions. Lastly, deliver to small farm farmers, horticulturists, and hobby farmers. Our progress is as follows. We have checked for the nitrogen fixing ability of the bacteria, and the yellow color indicates the existence of nitrogen in a nitrogen-free medium, which means that the bacteria themselves fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. The trend of the microbial fertilizer market is very bright. There is an increasing public awareness and demand for sustainable fertilizer. And in 2022, the United States Department of Agriculture invested $517 million for the development of biofertilizer. The cost of our product is as follows. We only need $6.9 per unit, which is at 13 kilograms, which can supply for a whole acre. And also, our maximum production is at 4,620 units per month, which can generate a which can go to a maximum cost of $42,123 if we produce everything to the maximum unit. And our startup cost, which is only a one-time occurring fee, is around $78,000. Our assigned price of our product in the market will be at $18 with a margin of 60.44% with a maximum margin of $41,037, which means that you will be earning back the first startup cost only within 4 months. So we will use your investment in order to better our research and also be able to test the microbes that were isolated in our traction, in our development process, to be tested for biofilm producing properties. Thank you.
so much. I think this, as a Hoosier at heart, and having seen the Wabash my whole life, soil erosion is definitely a thing that we should solve. I might have missed it. Did you give any indication as to like what percentage of mitigation this product might be able to do? Like how much soil erosion could it slow by utilizing this product?
Okay, so the main criticism that microbial fertilizer receives is that there aren't exactly a significant number that were recorded only by the microbes, as most of the microbial fertilizers out in the markets usually try to pump that number up by including other types of fertilizer in their microbial fertilizer as well. But the problem here is that microbes are very delicate creatures. They're living things that create the soil ecosystem, so it needs a long-term sustenance and maintenance in order to get the full effect. So what we aim to do is to make the microbial fertilizer application much more easier and intuitive for our users so that they're able to get actual numbers instead of having to deceive themselves or having to have trust issues toward the product that they're paying for. So we don't really have like an exact number at the moment. However, we believe that we will be able to provide our customers with much more investability and trustability by maximizing the microbial contents, which haven't been the case with the traditional microbial fertilizers.
Have you thought about how you would apply this? And like, is it something that would be sprayed, or is it something that you'd have to like bury under the soil?
Yes, so the difference of our product with any other microbial fertilizers out in the market is that we use a granular form. This is important because most of the products out in the market are in powdered form, and the customer has to put it into the designated amount of liquid in order to spray it onto the field, which is a problem because most of these contents can be easily washed off by simply watering the field, and also the customer wouldn't be sure if the microbial contents are well evenly spread throughout the liquid medium. However, in our case, we use granular structure, which can also maximize the survival of the microbial contents by giving it a coating, like a small micro petri dish in the soil. So we're able to maximize the survival rate, but also the customers are able to see for themselves intuitively and visually of how evened out the application is by spraying the granular forms on the soil.
I have more of a personal question. What got you so passionate about eroding soil?
So I arrived to the United States in Indiana just a year ago, and when I first came here, I started attending an English as a second language class where my teacher, she was talking about the water streamlines of Indiana, and she described the Wabash River as nasty, and that made me very interested in the subject. What makes a river so nasty so that people can't even think about swimming there or fishing there? So that was what grabbed my interest, and then I looked more into what makes the river stream so dirty, and I found out that it's all the bacterial contents in it that are feeding from the synthetic fertilizer nutrients that are flowing into the water system. So I got very much invested into erosion.
Just for future reference, that's such an important aspect to your business and your story. I would definitely use that more. That's great. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
I have two related questions.
Okay.
Okay, so like, have you talked to farmers about this solution, and like, what do they think about it? And then the second question. So do farmers typically have multi-year sales contracts with fertilizer producers? Like, because that could potentially be a barrier for you entering this market.
Okay, so for the first question, it's actually really hard to connect with farmers themselves, especially in Indiana, where agriculture is like a big base. So it's not really that welcoming to like newcomers or just people who are trying to look around in the market. But I have connected with horticulturists, 2 horticulturists, and 1 agricultural business professional who have told me that my idea is very much viable, and it provides unique values as in application methods compared to the traditional methods. And I'm going to attend the horticulturist meeting in order to deliver my idea and to promote my idea to actual farmers as well. And secondly, could you repeat your second question, please?
It's about sales contracts of fertilizer.
Yes,
and how those are typically done.
So those sales contract actually, I believe that my product is not actually a thing that can be replaced by any other fertilizer, because microbes are like the stomach, and having the nutrients in but not the stomach will actually occur even more damage to the soil, right? So even though farmers already have a lot of fertilizer contracts, including synthetic fertilizer or biocompost, they essentially need microbes to break it down. And I believe that because our company has the most microbial contents, and that microbial contents are the core factors that are going to actually break down the nutrients, it won't be actually replaceable by any other existing contracts, and they would have to buy our fertilizer to enjoy the maximum benefits of the existing fertilizer.
All right. Well, you've been able to see some of the energy today. You've been able to meet the students, and as you can tell, some stuff is really hardcore. That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. Well, again, as I've shared now 1,000 times, the only reason this is possible and events like this are possible and all the mentorship is possible is because of the ecosystem and because people like you chip in and join and help contribute some value to what you've seen here. So whether you're like, man, I think a teacher in my community could really use this, or whether you're thinking, wow, I wish I had that when I was a kid, or whether you're thinking about your own kids and going, I really want to create more opportunities for our town in Indiana, I'm inviting you to please come be a part of this. You can step in as a guest speaker and share your story with the classroom. You can be a business mentor and guide some of these young innovators. You can even join us as an in-class pitch competition judge to help students sharpen their ideas. And yes, that's something we are doing as part of our Teacher Accelerator program. Our classrooms next year are going to be doing a lot of these in class. So you get more practice bonding with the community. Or simply, again, this program is only possible because of the generosity of our sponsors and our partners. It does take a significant amount of money and considerable investment from us to be able to launch a program like this, and we can't do it without the time, talent, and treasure from folks like you. So please, whether you are, again, thinking you wish you had this when you were a kid or you want to start to become some of the action, we invite you to do so. Please scan the QR code. Consider how you might be able to take action and join the Started Up team as a huge contributor to our ecosystem. So now let's go ahead and roll on to team number 8 today from Carmel High School. Please help me welcome Project.
Okay, hello judges. Before I introduce Project, I would like to introduce myself to all of you. I'm Anna Liao, and I have a medical condition that makes me have to get blood draws really often. But the thing is, that medical condition also makes it so that my veins are super thin and rolly. What that means is I get bruised a lot after these blood draws. And so, vein punctures and blood draws at the end of the day suck for everyone. They're never a fun time. They're never a fun time. There's a lot of things that can go wrong if you don't end up aiming the needle right, and a lot of wastage that happens. There's an estimated 10.8 million venipunctures that happen in the United States every day. If even just 20% of these, that's 1 in 5, fail the first time, we are wasting 13 million needles every day, when we could just be wasting a little under than 11 million. By increasing the success rate of these venipunctures, we're going to increase the efficiency of our medical system. A study conducted in the European Union showed that the pediatric blood draws cost $1.43. So that's from, the cost comes from the needle itself, because they have to be unique to each patient because of the requirements of sterile environments. Adult-sized draws cost slightly less because these needles are more easily able to be mass-produced. Pediatric needles are a little bit smaller, but they also don't cost nothing. But there's also a problem with employment. There are almost 20,000 predicted job openings in phlebotomy every year, but we only have about half the number of people that are willing and able to fill that requirement. So we're missing half of our potential workforce that we desperately need to continue to provide this essential preventative measure for so many patients, 10.8 million across the United States. So why are we wasting so much time and money? What system do we use now? Well, a lot of it is based on human error. Right now, the status quo is that phlebotomists are expected to shoulder the burden of making sure a vein doesn't roll, making sure they don't puncture through the entire vein. So a lot of this has to do with how fast phlebotomists can react to the signals that they're trained to watch for. Human reaction time varies wildly given an insane number of circumstances, and overall that's not a consistent, reliable way to prevent these injuries, especially when they cause so much damage to our system. So let's automate the system, and that's what Project does. Is we took inspiration from the mosquito, because as annoying as mosquitoes are, they never miss. They're on your skin, they're in your blood, they're out. Mosquitoes have 6 different mouth parts, and we're going to focus on 2 of them today. One of them is going to sense a bunch of different factors. They sense carbon dioxide, they sense chemicals in your blood, like different immune signals. They sense pressure, they sense heat. And then the next one is, of course, the needle that is going to effectively suction the blood out into the mosquito's body. And so that's where Project comes in. Project is in 2 parts. One of them is a motor-powered arm, which is reusable. This is a 3D printed version scaled up to represent the needle a little bit more visibly. So this is going to fit right around the body of the needle. Because it's on the body of the needle, because it's external, it's going to be reusable, because these don't have to be disposed of. These are going to be more durable. This is going to have all of your electricity. So your motors, the arm that's going to move, any invasive or novel item that we're pioneering here is outside of the body. That's going to save us a lot of trouble with FDA approval and all those regulations. Now the second part is going to be the sensor itself. It fits over the needle tip. If any of you are familiar with biotechnology, you might be able to compare this to a pipette tip. So the needles can be jabbed into each of these sensors. These are disposable with the needle. And the sensor isn't actually complicated, because we want to reduce costs. We want to make sure that because we're throwing models away every time we use it, we want to make sure all the costs are as low as possible. Sensor is not a sensor, it is a switch that is powered by pressure. So with this circuit diagram here, you see a few symbols. Up at the top, that's the stuff that's going to be out here on this reusable motor part. Those wires can be connected. This actually juts down. You're going to be able to have kind of like an outlet with your phone charger. That's going to be able to plug into some wires connected inside this disposable pipette tip. Oh, okay. But the pressure in your blood is very different from the pressure in your interstitial fluid or the fluid in your tissues. overall, we're going to have very low cost because we're using such small scale items. Costs are going to be shouldered by a lot of the healthcare practitioners. So if you are a facility that offers phlebotomy services, you're going to want to buy these. That's where we're marketing towards. We're also marketing towards the IU School of Medicine and their nursing programs, which are going to be able to incorporate project into their practice and educate the next generation of medical professionals on this new procedure. Okay, thank you.
You were to receive $1,000, how would you dispose of those funds?
Okay, so the $1,000 would for sure go towards connecting with manufacturers and getting that first step into the real world. I have 3D printed and experimented with CAD and designing those types of things, but to go into the next step would be a lot of help. I think, yeah, just more prototype iterations. 3D filament is not. A lot of manufacturer partnerships is what I'm looking for, because I need to know how we can take this, which is currently scaled many times larger than an actual needle, into the needles that we know that are much smaller, the 22 gauges.
So you mentioned the labor issue in this area. Is there a time savings aspect to this product potentially, in terms of like finding the veins?
I think there absolutely could be. When I was researching this, I ran through the implications of wasting needles on failed attempts. So with that failed attempts number, the number of needles that we have to use in addition to what's already required, every one of those is going to take more time. So absolutely, this would intrinsically reduce the time necessary for procedures.
So when you think of I can imagine that this will tell you whether you are in the right spot or not, just based off of what little I know about the technology. How does it help in terms of like just straight up missing and having to restart or do something over again, if that makes sense?
Absolutely, yeah. So the idea of this is that if the needle misses the first time, it would still at least hit some source of blood, some vein somewhere. The idea is to, when we find that spot, keep the needle there with the arm that comes down when it feels that pressure.
And I guess my question was just on, and you brought it up again just now in the beginning of your presentation, that failed injections cause wasted needles. Are they not able to use the same needle and just inject again? Do they have to throw that needle away?
Yes, that needle has to be thrown out every time a new injection happens, because you've broken the sterile boundary, and there's a possibility that even though it's your own body, there's still a possibility of causing infections or other consequences.
So just in that same breath, then it's the amount of money that you can save these facilities by not having to throw away those wasted needles. Got it. Thank you.
I thought I understood your product, but then it kind of lost me a little bit there. Can you just give me a very high level? So, like, how would a nurse go about using this? Just very high level.
So this reusable part, this is the first part you want to look at. That's going to be slid onto the body of the needle every single time you're using a new needle. And you're going to take that needle, just hold it like you normally would. You're going to stab it down into a tray of these tips, and each of them, and it's going to come up connected with the syringe, and that's going to be stuck onto the needle until you dispose of it. And it's going to be disposed of as one piece. Thank you so much for your time.
This one? Okay, cool. Hey everybody, I'm Ava Wetrick. I'm the social media, or actually I'm the marketing coordinator at StartedUP Foundation, and I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about sharing our story. So, before we wrap up today, I want to talk about something important, how we keep this momentum going. What we've witnessed today in this room matters. These students, their ideas, their potential, it all deserves to continue far beyond these walls. And if I've learned anything from Dawn, it's this. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And every single one of you is connected to someone, whether it be a school, a business, a mentor, who might need to hear what happened here today. And so that's why we need your help to spread and share these stories. So you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. You can just search StartedUP Foundation or at Let's Start It Up. When you follow us or post about us or share your own experiences here today, you're amplifying the work of our amazing educators, and that means you're helping their students reach mentors, investors, and communities who need their solutions. And yes, you can follow us right now, and there might be a chance you can see yourself on our social media posts and highlight reels this week. If you're ready to get involved too, whether that's mentoring, bringing this program to your school, or partnering with us, you can reach out anytime at info@startedupfoundation.org or at startedupfoundation.org if you want to look us up. Thank you once again for believing in these students today, and now let's make sure that everyone else does too. And now, please welcome our next team, Open Lot from Carmel High School.
Hello everyone, my name is Joshua.
My name is Richard.
And today we're presenting Open Lot. So our goal at Open Lot is pretty simple. It's just to make parking easy.
So here's a general agenda of what we'll be talking about today. And first we'll introduce the problem and solution. So picture this. You're running late to a big meeting, a concert, or even a date. You're searching around the block looking for a parking spot. Minutes go by, your stress level rises, and when you finally spot an open space, boom, someone else takes it. Sound familiar? You're not alone. The average driver spends around 17 hours per year searching for a spot, and 30% of traffic congestion comes from searching for a spot, which burns time, fuel, and patience.
So how are we going to solve this issue? Well, the solution's simple, Open Lot. So what will Open Lot do? When you put in a destination address, Open Lot will find parking lots near that area. From here, it will go into existing CCTV cameras or our very own cameras in that parking lot, and using AI technology, it will find any open spots in that parking lot. Then the app will direct you towards those open spots. And throughout this whole process, it has live updated data to make sure you're never looking for a spot that's already taken. Here you can see a few images of our app and the search feature, the UI of the parking lot, and the available and unavailable spots clearly marked. There's also a search feature so you can choose whichever parking lot you're looking for. So next, let's talk some numbers. So in terms of cost, there are three main categories of costs for launching Open Lot. There's the deployment cost, the hosting cost, and the extra miscellaneous costs. So the cost of deploying the app on the App Store and the Play Store adds up to around $124. And then the cost of hosting the app itself, the servers, the domains, and SSL for security purposes adds up to around $500. And then there's extra miscellaneous costs such as third-party services and extra cameras if they're with areas without CCTV cameras. This all will add up to around $420 at launch. So the total deployment cost of Open Lot is estimated to be around $1,069, and the annual running cost of Open Lot without extra expansion is expected to be around $600. So with all these extra costs, we also need some revenue to expand the business and create profit. So our revenue system has three phases. At launch, we plan for Open Lot to be completely free to use for anyone. This is to ensure that we will be able to attract as many potential users as possible and make the experience as pleasant so we can increase our reach to more people. We expect once we reach a user count of around 5,000, we plan to move to a freemium model where premium subscribers will be able to gain access to additional features and have ad-less experience. At the expected 5,000 user count, we expect to generate $13,650 through the freemium model. Once we become more established, we plan to transition to a freemium model plus a business version, where we will give businesses a special version of the app where they can track their own parking and change their systems around their business hours and fix their issues around their business based on parking. So the freemium model at 5,000 users is expected to generate 13,000, and in addition to any revenue we make from the business version as well. And the 5,000 is a pretty low number. That's where we expect to start. So as we increase, we expect our revenue to increase as well.
So now moving over to the unique value that our app will bring. So first, let's discuss the competitors that we will face. The main competitor is Clever City, which is a service that utilizes their own cameras to help businesses evaluate parking. This service is similar to ours, however, only businesses are using this and not individuals. Some other competitors include parking reservation apps and sensor systems, which use sensors to detect open parking spots in parking lots. An example of this would be inside like airports. And so what's unique about our app? So wherever you go, parking will always be an issue. Our app is made to be accessible by anyone and everywhere. And additionally, our app isn't just made for one like spot or location. It's made to be implemented to the whole world. We will also use pre-existing CCTV cameras, which greatly reduce our costs.
So next, what are we targeting with OpenLot? So there's two main target groups which we plan to target for who we want to download OpenLot. So there's two main groups, which are people who live in urban areas and people who have a specific lifestyle. So city life, I'm sure a lot of you know, has a lot of traffic and very little parking. People lose a lot of time just looking for a parking spot, and just having OpenLot may make their day just a bit easier. Next, people who frequently attend events like sports games, concerts, always look for parking. Parking is always an issue when you go to them. There's so many people going there, you need to find some parking there. And having this OpenLot will just make the experience a little bit easier and more enjoyable for them. And finally, people who commute every day, whenever they're going to work in the morning, finding a parking spot sometimes might be really hard, and having OpenLot might make their morning just a little bit easier. And finally, even though these are our two main target groups, OpenLot is something that anybody in the world can use as long as they drive around, as parking is an issue that I'm sure everyone here has experienced.
So now moving over to investability. So why is now the best time to invest in our app? Well, we can continuously grow by building upon the AI growth. We also, a lot of cities are pushing for smarter traffic solutions, and our app perfectly aligns with their goals by providing better solutions for traffic congestion and parking management. And the best part is that we don't need any new expensive infrastructure. We can be deployed with pre-existing CCTV cameras, which makes deployment fast, easy, and cost-effective. With the initial $1,000 investment, we plan to put that towards refining our model and covering the deployment costs, as well as forming partnerships with local businesses. And through the long term, we expect a 13 times initial investment, which might seem a lot at first, but due to our costs being greatly lowered by using pre-existing cameras, it's able to be done. And now our app is able to help guide us to smarter parking, fewer headaches, and a step toward the future. So thank you for listening, and let's make parking easier.
Thanks for this. You said something about using CCTV data that's already available, correct? So how does that work in terms of like who owns that, and how do you get that information provided to you?
Okay, so the way the CCTV cameras work is like for a business, right? They have their parking lot and they'll have cameras outside to like make sure like everything's safe. And so what we do is we partner with these businesses, and we would gain access to that specific CCTV camera. So we wouldn't gain access to like any cameras like inside the store or anything, because like that's a security issue, but we would gain access to that, and from there we would use our AI technology to to find where the open parking spots are and then relay that to the user. And we'd have like all these security measures in place. Like I talked before, we were spending money on SSL, which is like a security thing, to make sure that like nobody else can access that camera, and we make sure that we can only access that camera instead of any others in their system.
Question, and this is my ignorance, so forgive me, but CC is closed circuit. How do you access a closed circuit TV with AI?
So basically what they would have is we would have the footage, and we would access the footage, and we'd have AI like look at the footage and see, like, we would train the AI to spot open spots compared to taken spots, and then basically they just see the footage, they'll be able to tell like where it is.
So if I were that business owner and you came to me asking for access to my cameras, I'd initially say no, not a chance. Unless maybe there was something in it for me. So are you considering profit sharing with these businesses?
I mean, so for all of these businesses, like, I'm sure they lose a lot of money if they like have parking issues, right? People are trying to go to the business and they're trying to purchase things, but if they can't find parking, that's lost revenue on their side. So partnering with us would help solve that issue and help like simplify the process and everything. And also, we as I said before, we're planning to develop a business version as well, which is specific to those businesses, so they can evaluate their own like data, and so they can make changes based off that too.
So your idea is still you're going to put revenue back in the owner's pockets. So that's great you thought of that.
In addition to that, I think partnering with like institutions like colleges, because I feel like a lot of colleges will have like parking issues. I feel like we could, instead of like as a business, as we're making money from the institution, we're making money from like the users and their interactions on our app.
Drilling down on your problem statement, particularly on the business side of it, them as customers, for example. Do you have an idea of like what percentage of businesses already use some sort of parking management software or system to manage their spaces?
I don't think we have like a exact estimate on that, but if you like look around like town, some like parking garages have like those sensor systems which like shows like the available amount of open like spots in the parking lot. So there's no like technology that tells you like where to go in the exact spot where that's open. So that's where we're trying to step in and make that process of finding a parking spot a lot easier.
Yeah, because even if you know there's an open spot, you won't know exactly where it is just based on those like numbers like at the airport. But with our app, they'll be able to know exactly where it is, so it'll like make the whole process much faster.
I'm no AI expert, but do you have a rough estimate of how much it would cost to train an AI model to basically to do this?
So training an AI model, as long as we do it ourselves, the cost wouldn't be too high. It's just pretty labor intensive for us to train that. We have to feed the AI images and teach it to like differentiate the open spot compared to the like unopened spot. But in terms of cost, like we're planning for the whole thing to be pretty low cost.
All right, so as we're getting close to the end of today's event, I want to pause one more time just to thank all of the incredible sponsors and partners who have chipped in to make this successful. So that includes Purdue Innovates, our host today, the Purdue Certificate in Entrepreneurship and Innovation, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, the Indiana Small Business Development Centers, Circular Venture Lab, the City of Carmel, Purdue University's Mitch Daniels School of Business, SEP, TechPoint, Zionsville Education Foundation, and ZWorks. Again, these are partners that aren't just providing space or support, but they're opening doors, they're showing up for students, and they're making things like this, opportunities like this, and frankly, futures like this a possibility. So we could not be more thankful. Big round of applause for all of our sponsors. Thank you, thank you. So now I would love to introduce from Bloomington North High School our 10th and final team today, Color Care Diapers. I'm sorry. Well, how about that from Carmel High School? I was going to say Bloomington sounds far away, but we got it down wrong. So, all right.
Hello, my name is Ashlyn Swanson, and I'm the CEO and founder of Color Care Diapers. I'm going to begin by telling you guys a story. In August of 2009, a mother was feeding her infant in her living room when all of a sudden the infant got sick in her arms. The mother rushed to the hospital where they sent her away quickly and told her that they don't know what's wrong. On the way home, the baby got sick in the car again, and the mother turned around and looked at the infant, who was pale and limp in the back seat. The mother rushed back to the hospital, was running across the parking lot, begging and crying for help. And they told her that that was going to end up being a 4-day hospital stay, where her infant actually ended up having a severe UTI of E. coli. Now, I can't tell you why so many people continue to overlook UTI in the infant population, but I can tell you that 400,000 infants get UTIs every year. That's thousands of dollars being spent on medical care, and that's thousands of caregivers and mothers being traumatized from unneeded events. Part of the reason that this happens is because babies can't express their pain. You don't know that an infant has a UTI until it is as severe as this. I figured out a way to solve these problems by integrating 3 key urinalysis technologies into the absorbency layer of a diaper. I'm going to be taking nitrite and leukocyte esterase for UTI detection and glucose for type 1 diabetes detection. You can see here the graphs that correlate the different stages and how much nitrite and leukocyte esterase that'll be present in the urine during the stages of a UTI. We can actually detect these UTIs before symptoms occur, allowing mothers to be able to differentiate between baby fuss and actual discomfort. Our future goals, we're going to quickly be turning to a pull-up version and an eco-friendly version, as those were highly requested in my study. I'm also going to be jumping into the senior market later on, as leukocyte is an enzyme that's present in white blood cells, which are present during kidney failure, kidney inflammation, and other urinary malfunctions, which would help seniors significantly. One day, I hope to create a full urinalysis test strip into the absorbency layer of a diaper to be available for ER use and hospital use explicitly. Right now, a perfect customer for me looks like an individual in their later 20s, somebody in the middle class, as color care is a little bit more expensive, and maybe has an infant with needed urinary medical attention or a bad history with a UTI. You can see the different market breakdown that I have here, getting more specific each time, and since 27% of my survey said that they would prefer my diapers over leading brands like Pampers and other UTI detection diapers, that puts my company at a value of $50.5 million. So you may be asking yourself, why can't I just use basic detection technologies? What's wrong with something as simple as a thermometer or even an at-home urinalysis test? Well, it actually requires symptoms to be present to give you an incentive to use these. My diaper acts as a passive way to alert caregivers early on if they need to go in detection or medical treatment. Other leading brands in the UTI-specific market are Electronic Diapers and Pixie Scientific, which are both based in Japan, although electronic diapers are not currently on market due to the dislike of electrodes in the diaper. Pixie Scientific is currently innovating and currently growing their business, although they are currently estimating to cost $279 for a single diaper. Okay. Pine Smart Diapers is my leading competitor right now, although they did go dark in 2023 for unknown reasons and are not currently in the market. You may be asking yourself, why $150 is pretty expensive for diapers. It's going to be recommended to users to purchase a box of diapers of 100 every 3 months, giving you 3 months use of daily alert systems. The same mother that told me that she had a 4-day hospital stay for her infant also told me that it cost her $17,000 to $24,000 in hospital bills with medical insurance. That's thousands of dollars that you can save by using a couple extra $100 every 3 months for a simple alert detection technology. You can see here the cost breakdown of my layers. The top 3 layers are actually the same material that Pampers uses for theirs to ensure the same leakage, comfort, and absorbency that people prefer in their diapers. The back sheet is also the same. You can see my 2 additional layers of the test strip and the PET film to allow caregivers to see test results. This is the additions of the layers that I have, also based on Pampers prices, but since Pampers is able to buy in bulk, I made my prices a little bit more expensive since I am a starting out company. You can see here it'll cost me 53 cents to make 1 diaper. I'm going to be selling these at a profit margin of 64.7%, selling 1 diaper for $1.50, giving me a profit of 97 cents per diaper sold. If we're selling these in a box of 100 diapers, that gives me $97.05 per box that's sold. You can see my projected revenue streams here, as these are based on my available information for Pine Smart diapers. I've also calculated the fixed and variable costs that I'm estimated to have for the first couple years of production. It's going to cost me around $141,000, assuming that we've made and sold 100,000 diapers that year. I'm going to be making an expected revenue of $1.5 million, putting me at $3.8 million for profit annually. So how am I going to do this? I'm going to begin by my website. I'm going to use $400 of the $1,000 regional prize money to invest in creating my website early on and get consumer sales right there. I'm going to quickly be partnering with pharmacies and grocery stores to get my product available on shelves. I surveyed 22 people, 66% which stated they would be interested in buying my product, and 100% believe I'm solving this problem using my diapers. I also surveyed 73 different mothers, 27% which stated that they would be interested in purchasing my diaper over leading brands like Pampers, despite the large price increase. On top of everything, that mother that I've been telling you about during my presentation is actually my mother. And I was the infant that she ran across that parking lot with that day, which is the reason you will see me so passionate about this business, and the reason you will see me so dedicated to help millions of other families and infants out there. So I ask you, please help me get there. Thank you.
That was an awesome story. Thank you for sharing that. You mentioned that 27% of mothers would go you versus Pampers, which I think is phenomenal. Were they exposed to the same story or knowledge and information? Was it education that allowed them to make that decision, or was it simply just a matter of, oh, I didn't know this product existed?
So there were some other questions that were also available on the survey. You can see here that 45% actually answered that they never once had their infant's urinary health cross their mind. 21% were the one that dealt with UTIs, giving us 6% of them who really just honestly thought about it.
I'm just trying to think of making sure that every baby, I know you talked about your market, and you were very specific about people in the late 20s, but I'm thinking about how can we help every single parent, not just the parents in their 20s. And so have you considered, I'm not sure what the cost is between the test strip and the diaper, but I'm assuming it's more for the diaper than it is the test itself, right? Have you considered just implementing the test into other diapers and just selling the test to put into every baby's diaper?
So that's essentially what I did try doing, implementing a simple urinalysis test into a diaper that's very similar to Pampers. But to talk more on how to get prices lower to be available for more families, since this is a starting up company and my prices are more expensive as I am new, after I get more developed, I'm going to be able to purchase things in bulk and hopefully get things covered by things like Medicare and Medicaid for families who do need those protections.
Is there anything about this product that is, or is most of it already over-the-counter type testing and things like that, or is there anything that you could protect via some sort of IP, intellectual property? Or did you look into that?
So the two technologies that I'm using right now are, yes, they are basic at-home urinalysis tests, which are what you can see in my visual aid there. And that is also a Pampers diaper. It's essentially bringing together two already existing technologies to create one innovative solution. So essentially, kind of a thing that I've sat down with my mentor and my SBDC counselor, we went through FDA approval. I did find out that FDA approval was not needed for this product to go into market, but it is something that I'm going to seek out, as it'll put more trust into my product for more consumers to want to purchase it.
I have one more question. I actually started my business in the senior market with UTIs, and it's massively prevalent in seniors as well. And so what we would do is we'd go in with a swab, and we'd have to swab the senior's diaper to find out if they have a UTI, send it off to the lab, and it's a 24-hour turnaround.
Yep.
So if you could get this into seniors as well, there's a massive market in nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities. So I know you mentioned you were going to touch on this. Did you touch on the senior market and I just missed it?
Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to talk about it, which is why you may have missed it, but I did actually interview 3 different personnel who work in senior homes, and they were part of the 100% that said that I am solving this problem. So although infants are currently my target market, I would really like to quickly touch into the senior market because I know it's insane needed help.
All right, one more round of applause for all of the students that competed today. It's so incredible to see every year, and this is honestly always one of my favorite regions. So again, couldn't be more thankful for all of you that showed up here to be able to see what's going on, and again, all the students for giving it your best, for getting out here in front of all these people and really showcasing the incredible problems that you've been working to solve. So now at this time, our judges will have the incredibly difficult task of deliberating on who will be the winner of today's regional final. In the meantime, we'd love to have students and teachers come up here so that we can take some quick pictures together at the stage. Otherwise, everybody else is dismissed to eat. There are box lunches for students outside. Those are going to be for students only. So for all of our other spectators, there's plenty of nearby restaurants that the school recommends. Otherwise, we will return here at 12:45 for final remarks and awarding today's winning team.
Hello. I hate it right when you're about to announce something and you like lead it off with a 10-minute soliloquy. So 10 years ago, no, I'm joking. First of all, again, thank you to Purdue Innovates and just for hosting us here. A big round of applause for them. They have recently, which I will make a shameless plug. They have conveyed, like, have an environment that should you choose to go to Purdue, they have a thing called Purdue Innovates, and they support people, and they see them through, because there is not, and this is uplifting, but entrepreneurship can be a lonely journey unless you find a community of like-minded people, and those people are not competitive. You help each other out. And so I really applaud what Purdue Innovates wants to provide if you choose to come to Purdue, and then also for hosting this wonderful event. Man, if today inspired you, and we hope that it did, do we have a QR code? If you want to be a mentor speaker, refer a cool person if the cool person also is you. We are where we are because of our cool mentors, and it's been insane, but it's the Kevin Bacon game. We have gotten to somebody. We had the Savannah Bananas guy 2 days ago, Tiffany Haddish, and 50 Cent. And it's weird that teachers can get a hold of Fitty. But like, so want to know how to get involved, whether that is my uncle that knows a guy, awesome, or it's I have some background in this. We even have some people that want to sign up that have very specific niches. Like, we had a person that says, I want to talk to people that have made it past the second round that are interested in plastic injection molding. And if it's that specific, we can handle that. So please, if you have any interest, and also to say a good word. Some of the things that we see here, you're like, wow, these students blew me away. Pass along the word, have them contact us. The other thing I cannot implore enough for you guys that are not going to hear your name read, from the bottom of my heart, you've won. For you to be a part of a regional competition, you have set yourself apart. And the thing of winning is being a part of this. Hit us up for contacts. Hit us up for opportunities. Volunteer. Even some of you guys have kind of been around it. You know some of the alumni already, and they are becoming the who's who. We've got 2 kids that just got into Y Combinator. I shouldn't say kids. We had 2 young people get into Y Combinator, Forbes 30 Under. This is getting nuts, and they are a fellowship. And so if you're here today, you're invited to that fellowship. It's up to you to answer your emails if you want to be engaged. Also, before I announce the winner, almost in a second, we invite you to come June 20th, downtown Indy, at Butler's Auditorium. It is this times every other finalist. It is an amazing day. We've got a great lineup. Mark your calendars if you can make it. All right, I don't even know who won. I've got to look. So our judges deliberated, and from what I heard, deliberated quite a bit. And the winner of Region 2 is Team Sphereline. Hold up that check.
Here, I'll go on one side.
It's light. You two first. I don't want to mar the picture. You did, but we can definitely do that. Mr. Harper. Yeah. The other thing is, if you guys want the feedback, first of all, the judges will stay. If you have any questions for them, the feedback cards are there. Secondly, I couldn't overhear, we wouldn't be here without you. Our teacher fellowship is the reason why this keeps growing and keeps getting more and more sophisticated. These teachers allow students the time to do these things. So also say a good word about some of these teachers. They are the lifeblood of what we do. But again, if you are a participating team, our judges are here and the feedback cards are there. Kevin, any other things that we should? Oh, yes.
Sure. Stand up. First of all, congratulations to you guys. Big accomplishment. But just want to say congrats to all of you again. Like Don said, this is a big accomplishment for you guys to get here. You should be proud of your hard work. So congrats.
Ditto. I would also say, and you're not holding a check, but you really have, and you can talk about this experience. And tomorrow, the sun is going to rise, and you're going to realize something you've learned. You're going to realize something that was super hard, but you've still been super, super effective. So this is just one experience, and let the next entrepreneurial experience be even better. So congratulations.
Okay, I'm going to say a few things just based off my perspective working every day with very, very talented people. There are a lot of problems in the world, a lot of good ideas to solve them, and a lot of those solutions don't really go anywhere because maybe we don't really understand the problem, or we don't really understand our customer, or we don't have the proper revenue model or go-to-market strategy. That sort of, see all the pitfalls. There's all these pitfalls. I encourage all of you to be relentless as you pursue these ideas. Maybe you pursue a new one, or the third one, the fourth one. Like maybe you don't succeed on the first one, and kind of knowing when to drop off and try something new is also a skill. I hope all of you are persistent, even if you didn't win today, that you stay with it, and if needed, you pivot, or you go after new market segments, or really a lot of it's just the inspiration that I hope you've received from going through this and other activities, and also from your teachers and your school administrators. So great work.
Awesome job, guys. You did really well. I think you guys work together as a team really well. I think you have a bright future ahead of you. So congratulations. You guys earned it. And good luck in state finals, right? That's next. State finals. Good luck. Everybody else, I only got to where I'm at with my business after so many failures, of a lot of them. And I shared some of those earlier. And this is not a failure by any means for all of you that presented today. This is just set up as a bracket system so that there could only be one. But there's so many businesses that were presented today that I hope you continue to pursue, especially those if you have a personal story that you're passionate about the business that you are wanting to start. Keep pursuing that. I'd be interested myself in becoming one of those mentors with some folks that were here today. I'm very interested in some of those ideas and helping move those forward. So don't stop. Don't see this as a failure, although you will run into them, and embrace them. And I promise you, the more failures you have, the closer you are to succeeding your goal. You guys got this.
Although that being said, we will have room. It depends on how many. We have 4 wild cards, and so you'll be informed. So just because it may not be the first. And by the way, last year's winner did not win their region. Last year's state winner did not win their region. Some of our alumni, Izzy Branham, just got $5 million from National Institute of Health, did not win. So the point of winning today, I'm promising you, if you're here, you have won. And for those that want to go, I'm going to take this and it's going to make me try much harder, please let that, or don't be upset. Just realize that you've made it here, and constantly be engaged with us, with our alumni. We want to know you for a long time, for at least 20 years, and that would make me in my 70s. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Again, we'll be hanging around if you guys want to talk to anybody, yeah, very good. Other than that, we'll be hanging around. Thank you guys so much for coming.